I just haven't heard anything back. I've just kind of been... Alright, so I've been informed that Zell is going live, so if y'all can hear me, let me know. If you can't hear me, then please also let me know, but then you're not going to hear me, so you're not going to let me know that you can't hear me, because if you can't hear me, you would have no idea that I'm telling you that I'm asking you to let me know that you can or can't hear me. So, hi. I'm just waiting to make sure that everything... Oh, I hear somebody says that I hear it, that you hear me. That's good. We can't hear you. Oh, well, how did you know that I was saying that, asking if I could or couldn't hear you if you couldn't hear me? Weird. Hear me, Cloud and Lear? I mean, I'll leer at the camera if you want. Full sound and video, oh my. Usually I'm lucky to get just one of those things out of my internet, let alone both. Alright, well, it's 10 hours. I don't want to have to do this whole messing around because there's a lot of time to talk about things. So without further ado, I'm going to go and get started with a 5 count. So, 5... are we ready for the 5 count? Just make sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna give the 5 count, and if the stream time's off, then well, rip that. 5 count. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are off. So this is Legaia-thon. It's Legaia 1 and 2 back to back. And so before I get started with the stream, thank you for the good luck, everybody. Before I get started, somebody's asking, what kind of game is Legaia? And I said, Legaia 2 is a JRPG. Legaia 1 is also a JRPG, allegedly. And I kind of left that blank, and I was just like, what are you talking about? What's going on here? You say, allegedly. And, well, I don't want to spoil the surprise just yet, but suffice it to say... Legaia 1, if you are familiar with this game, you may know it as the game where Vaughn, Noah, and Gala and their parasitic friends go on a journey to save the world from the evil clutches of the mist, blah, blah, blah. But this is New Game Plus, and as it turns out, the game is pretty long, and I gave an estimate of 10 hours and 10 minutes, and I just don't have time to both go through this game and also go through Legaia 2. And since there's no glitches in Legaia 2, and I pretty much have to play through the game entirely as intended, I'm gonna have to save a bunch of time in this game. So, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. Suffice to say that this game is not gonna be the game that you remember playing if you have played the game casually, but you're not familiar with the speedrun. The first few minutes will look fairly ordinary. We get Vaughn, our supposed main character, in the town of Rimelm. And we've got to go through basically the tutorial sequence and all the introductory sequence so we can get out of this town. Not that I have any problem with Rimelm, it's just that I'd really like to go do literally everything else instead. Well, not everything else. Thank you for the good luck and all the other good stuff. So pretty much the first 15 minutes of the game is just getting out of Rimelm as quickly as possible. So we can do this little canoe jump there. It takes a few seconds. So now we have the tutorial fight, and spoiler alert, the only one in this game, but Legaia 2 has several more. Oh no, I got knocked down. Oh, and I got knocked down. That's not good. And I'm losing time. I'm making silly movement menu mistakes in the tutorial fight. It's always kind of a weird, wonky fight, so I'm not worried too much about it. It's just a couple seconds that'll cost me. Oops. Suffice it to say, I lost like 3 or 4 seconds just on this fight. That sucks. Not much I can do about it, though, at this point. Alas, poor Ria. So, once you do the little scene with Mei, and then you go do the training sequence with Tetsu, that triggers the next portion of the game. The hunters have returned, except for Mei's father, Juno. He's returned, but he's a corpse now. That's right, Mei's father is dead. Like Vaughn's mother. Was that a spoiler? I mean, it might have been a spoiler, but that's okay. It's okay, it's a speedrun stream, and yeah, this is a speedrun stream, and you know, if you're not already familiar with all the plot and story of a JRPG that came out over 22 years ago, 23 in Japan, over 23 in Japan, then, well, I'm sorry, but you're going to be spoiled. Not that we're going to actually see the plot as intended today anyway. Oh no, not everybody's going to die. Just a lot of people. Some of them are already dead. Some of them are already dead and we'll get to see them die later. Hopefully not as many as the game expects to have happen, but we'll see. This song seems to always get copy claimed by some weird, what looks based on spelling to be some Portuguese band or rock group or something keeps claiming this song. I have no idea why, but like it's a real problem on YouTube with the copyright claim and like getting content ID claimed for this particular track, and it's really annoying. And that has absolutely nothing to do with the speedrun of this game. It's just something I wanted to get off my chest. So after we do this cutscene, pretty much all we need to do is go to nighttime, where, oh my gosh, the something is shaking violently, and we have to go investigate. But I'm gonna go do something first. I'm gonna go do a save. I'm gonna go in here, save my game, and I realized that I didn't actually explain that this category is called New Game Plus. So New Game Plus is a category where I get to make use of these other 2 files that I have on my save card. Ignore the Star Ocean 2 files, so they're not going to come up in the game. So I'm going to go over to this other file that's later on in the game. And I'm going to use a couple of incense. So incense is a consumable item that when it is used, it has the effect that it turns off random encounters for a while. For a certain number of steps based on factors. It turns out the game did not program incense super well. As it turns out, the incense counter that tracks how many steps longer you have on the incense actually doesn't get properly sanitized when moving between different save files. The end result being that I can use incense in that other file, then load up my speedrun file, and voila! I have the ability to have basically infinite incense, and I can run around the game and not have to worry about random encounters, which is really awesome because random encounters suck, and they waste a lot of time, and yeah, they're just all around a big pile of fecal matter. And I don't have time. So here's Juggernaut. He's a good doggo. And he's gonna kind of like huff and puff and blow your wall down. And oh my gosh, it's the Mist. The accursed Mist has entered your realm. And Zeta's like, ha ha ha, you puny humans. I've come to destroy you and bring the salvation of the Mist to you. Bye! And then some Gimmerts come out. And everybody runs off, except for that lady there. She's not gonna have such a, great time. Oh no, a Mystic Quest bug. I'm worried. Oh my gosh, we surprised the enemy. That almost never happens, but I'll take the free run. You know, after the Tetsu mess up, you know, I'll take a free run as compensation. Thank you very much, game. I appreciate you. We're gonna go in here. Not cleansing safe house. Yeah. Apparently they just never learn, do they? I'm gonna move the webcam down just a hair when I get a Legend of Lasagna time. Yes, yes, it is, Pixie. It is Legend of Lasagna time. And then we'll have Lasagna 2. Special attack! Surprise escape! Special attack! Burning cards! 10,000 volts is her only good ability. You know, tear gas is actually good, but 10k volts is just what I tend to use. Nah, I mean, maybe Electric Boogaloo, but not really. So, I've done everything I need to do. I got Meta, I got a raw Saru, that's pretty cool. So we're gonna go over here to the village house, and we're gonna go raid his drawer, and we're gonna get his magic leaf. My guess is that the village elder just has a really bad case of glaucoma, if you catch my drift, and I think that you do. I forget to start the local recording, so that's not a good. That's okay. Hopefully the internet will not be too bad, and well, I'll start that there. So I guess I'll have the first 9 minutes of the run cut off, but I can always yeah. Hopefully we don't have to worry about that. Open your mind, pray hard, and oh my gosh, with the power of all the people praying to the Genesis tree and telling and praying for the mist to go away, we have revived the Genesis tree, and we have done all the plot that we're gonna do in sequence for pretty much the entire game. Because, spoiler warning, the next place that we're supposed to go to is Drake Castle, and we're not going to go there. And I don't just mean we're not going to go there right now. I mean, we're literally never going to go to Drake Castle in the entire run. And you might be wondering, like, Ria, how the flip are you going to do that? I don't know. How do I plan to do that? Well, I mean, I could tell you, but I would then have... No, I wouldn't have to kill you, but then you wouldn't want to stick around and watch. And I want y'all to stick around and watch, and I also want you to, you know, do that whole like, comment, subscribe, click the follow button, the bell icon, all that other wonderful good stuff that, you know, I gotta say, because I'm a good Twitch streamer and YouTuber TM. We ride the Genesis tree. The mist is gone. We get this long cutscene. I get to rest my fingers because, you know, I've been mashing through text for a while. Re-up any work I plan to do today. I don't know about work you plan to do today. I mean, I certainly didn't plan to do any work other than do 10 hours of, well, hopefully it'll be closer to 9 hours, 35, 40 minutes. We'll see. You know, I'm gonna give myself that buffer room just in case Sarin Jesus wants to heck me over and find me in the Alps. Now we have another cutscene. We have to watch the funeral. Okay. Well, okay, actually the funeral scene's gonna be a little longer than that. Also, you can, you know, press F to pay respects, because Ray, Esto, and Juno, they're all dead. Yeah, yep, they're gone. But yeah, that is, that's pretty much all we have at the moment, to say right now. We're gonna we're gonna have the funeral cutscene, then, the village elder is gonna basically tell us, hey, we should go to Byron Monastery. That's where May's mother may or may not be, depending on if she survived. We should go check that out and maybe bring Maya back to Realm. Not the Maya and Legaia 2, those are two different Mayas. I don't know why. I mean, I guess they gotta reuse the same name twice. I guess somebody on the staff just really liked the name Maya. I mean, it's not a bad name. I'm more partial to Ria myself, for obvious reasons. Apparently they go for the Viking funeral. Here in Realm. Also, birds! Birds! And everything turns into birds. So it is finally time to leave Realm. Before we do, May is going to show up here and going to be like, hey, wait, Vaughn, I need you to like take this hunter's clothes. And I'm like, sweet. That's like 450 gold. Thanks. And she's gonna ask what's the matter, and I'm gonna go tell her off because I am a jerk like that, and it saves 2/3, like half a second, maybe 2/3 of one. But you know, we got to do that for the glory of speedrunning and saving time. Before we leave Realm, once I hit the world map, that is what's going to turn off. That's gonna open up the drawer in here. And that's going to give me the point card. It's going to be used a lot more in Legaia 2, spoilers. But it does get used 3 times in this game. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go sell everything. And I'm going to go buy some warrior boots. And I'm going to buy a knife. And I'm going to buy 5 doors of light. And that is all she wrote. Alright, so we are done with Rimmel, and we are done with any semblance of sticking to the developer intended plot. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the Watergate. Now, you might be asking, well, what are we going to do with the Watergate? And we're going to like just walk right across it. You know, we're gonna pull it, walking on water sort of thing. Sort of. But Bria, but that's against the rules. And I'm just like, screw the rules, I have incense. As it turns out, when the incense runs out, there is that text box. The text box is going to show up and say, incense has lost effectiveness. Turns out that is a pretty powerful text box. Whoops, no. About to save over my file. That would have been bad. All right, so let me just finish wearing off the incense. There's that text box I mentioned. Turns out it's a really powerful text box. And one more step. So we're going to run back and forth 18 times. So count with me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right, that's all I need to do there. So I'm just running around wasting time. So that is all I need to do there. And I'm going to hold up and right, and I'm going to walk from where I am into the Watergate. And I'm walking down until my feet are just barely off the screen. And one more step, and hey, look, I'm out of bounds. And I'm gonna run around. Hey, I'm running out of bounds. You can't see me, but I'm there. And just like that, surprise, I crossed the Watergate. I was actually running to the left, and yet I popped up on the right side of the Watergate. No idea how that works, but yeah, surprise, I just skipped the Watergate. Oh my gosh, there's this red-headed girl here. Apparently her name is Noah, but we wouldn't know that, and we're not going to get her. We're not going to actually recruit her for another, I don't know, 3 hours and 10 minutes. But she's going to show up for this cutscene. I just ran around the world. It only took a few seconds. Wait a minute. I'm going to walk a little step there. So we're going to go back to Jet's Fortress now. I hope y'all are impressed by my shenanigans. I hope y'all are getting enthralled, getting into the mood for the run. So this time I don't have to quite do super precise. I just have to 6, 7, 8, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, and a bit more. Is anybody familiar with speedruns of Majora's Mask? Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask? How the fairy fountains are all linked together, and you can, by going out of bounds, like warp between, kind of go between them and do this wrong warp alternate exit shenanigans. Turns out the same thing's true here in this game. Don't know why they programmed it this way, probably to save space, but they did. And oh my gosh, look, I'm on a different side of the world map. So, surprise, I just popped around to a different side of the world map now, because why not? I've already made a mockery of so much of this game. Why would I stop? Why would I stop there? So we're over in the northwest part of the map. This is where Noah's little sequence is, where she goes through Snowdrift Cave and then comes up to Mount Rickaroa and does a bunch of stuff. But we're gonna actually do this as Vaughn. Why? I have no idea. Probably because the programmers done goofed. That's really the only explanation I have, is that the programmers did an oopsie. Well, it's actually the mist. It's actually the mist, Kezi. Not the miasma. They're very different things. Specifically called the mist. Not to be confused with the mist from Final Fantasy IX or the mist from Final Fantasy XII. This is the mist from Legend of Legaia, because apparently they all have to have different mists. So there we go. We have done it. So we just got to do this Terra quiz, and then we have to one more quiz question. And all right, so now we're gonna go through as Vaughn and do Noah's tutorial fights. Thankfully, Vaughn actually has some armor, so these fights shouldn't be too bad. Knock on wood, cross fingers, cross fingers, cross fingers, cross fingers, cross fingers, all this other good stuff. So you're just going to do this. And ta-da! But unfortunately, we have to fight 3 of them. Punches and kicks enemies, hold the knife, and holding the knife increases your attack power. And don't worry, in Legaia 2, they actually fixed that and they realized that, hey, the characters that use swords, they should actually, swing their swords in battle. yeah, they kind of realized that. Oh, fudge, fudge fire. I made a little oopsie with my movement. So I'm gonna throw this point card. It doesn't. There's only one version of the game. There's only the PlayStation 1 version. The issue is that you have to have a 90K PS2 because a lot of these instance skips are clock cycle dependent. So they won't work quite the same if you're not using the same hardware that I'm using, which means that you basically have to re-choreograph a lot of the instance skips. So we are. Well, yeah, if you're Kazan, sure, but I said if you have a sword wielding character or axe wielding for that matter. So this Terra is the name of this wolf, or rather the name of the green Ross there attached to the head of the wolf. Oh my gosh, it's there. It's the mist. Not to be confused with miss, which is what happens in Quest 64 whenever you cast Earthquake. You just miss all the time, and it sucks. And I baby rage. Oh, I accidentally an incense skipped there and walked right past the loading zone. It doesn't do me any good, it just costs time, but it was funny. It was funny and it amused me. Sometimes you can do it by accident, usually not though. Alright. So in practice on this past Saturday when I was practicing, this skip gave me a really hard time. Just making sure that I had actually saved like I was supposed to. Alright, so now everybody cross your fingers that we don't foul this up like I did in practice. Because that would be bad. That would be bad if that happened. I would probably say something like baby rage. I mean, I'll say baby rage anyway, because, you know, baby rage. I'm gonna walk over this way. Walk there. So we're gonna try. So I'm gonna try to set up to do another. We're gonna mash text. We have to go through all this. Hopefully we can get this and I don't have any issues with it, knock on wood. There we go, knocked on wood. So we can't pass through here, or at least the game tells us that we can't. We can pick up a nail glove for Noah. Okay, we got through it, yay. We're gonna run over here, we're gonna run over here, and once we... we're gonna run over here, and... just like that, we pulled another alternate exit. Now we're over here. Now we're over here in the northeast part of Drake Kingdom. And now we can go to Byron Monastery. Except we're going to go to Byron Monastery through the back door. That was definitely not meant to be loot. That's... and we're going to go get Gala. So we need one more party member. And it turns out we want to get Noah later. So we're going to go ahead and get Gala right now. We're gonna meet Maya also. Noah's gonna show up again. Still have no idea who she is or where she came from, but the game just decides that, hey, Noah should appear for these cutscenes. And so she does. Weird. Now, I feel like some of y'all have... so have any of you seen the speedrun? So if you've seen the speedrun in the last, 6 months or so, then you already know most of what's going on. But I'm guessing some of you have probably not seen the speedrun in the last year, You know, because not everybody follows me, which, you know, that's an incorrect decision, but it's yours to make. And turns out that this route is a little bit different than how it used to be. And that's and I don't think that's the right runner. I don't think I am Professor 420. I don't think I've ever smoked in my life. Even tobacco. Ria Starshade. How many mods did How many mods to take to screw in a light bulb? I don't know, but apparently it takes 3 to update the runner command. Alright, so Master Teacher, his name is Gala. Turns out Master Teacher's not a name, it's a title. Who knew? Apparently I did, because I've only played through this game like, I don't know, 200 times, maybe more, I don't know. You lose track after 120 or so. Master Teacher's a weird name. What? What is your name? Well, I don't know, random girl who I've never met before. What is your name? Oh my gosh, we're gonna name a character. Oh my gosh. We're in for one really good time. I don't know about that, the Altar Maven. We might be in for a really despicable time. You're despicable. Thank you, Daffy. We don't need any more from you. Or you, Sylvester. Tweety Bird, you're cool. Alright, so this is really, really long-a-thon. Yes, it is. So if Alright, so you notice I had 2 other files, and now it's time to make use of that other one. I'm gonna go ahead and save. We're gonna use that other file. So, we're gonna do some weird things now. Is this the intended route? Oh, absolutely not. I'm just breaking this game in any manner that suits me. I'm gonna go to this other file. Just located here outside Ermias. I'm gonna take a drink of water, stay hydrated, my friends. We're gonna go here to Ermias. I promise there is a point to this. I will make it eventually, but you're just gonna have to trust me on this, that I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna go over here, and we gotta run all the way through this path. I promise. I promise things will make sense in the end. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go into this room, and it's important that I go to this room. I'm gonna use 4 incense, and then I'm gonna load up my speedrun file, and I'm gonna make sure that I load the file while I'm in this particular room. Because the end result is that when you're in that particular room, the camera angle doesn't work right. And so you see my camera is all out of whack. I'm way over to the left of the screen. Now, we're about to see a bunch of pitch dark. Don't adjust the monitors or the TVs or anything. That is intended quotation marks. So you're going to see me walking through black. I promise it is part of the route. Don't adjust anything. Just trust me. Alright, so what I set up was a glitch called actor focus displacement, that when you load up a file from one of the dream rooms in Ermias, there is a property in each of those 3 rooms that causes the camera to lock in a certain position based on a certain X or Y coordinate. And in the process of doing that, that feature, that lock in place, also doesn't get properly sanitized between files. So I can transfer that property to a different save file by saving and loading. And while I'm in the actor focus displacement state, or AFD state, certain objects that you can interact with actually despawn. I don't know why, I'm guessing just some way to conserve memory. And one of the objects in question that despawns is the door that blocks you from getting through the ancient water cave onto Sebicus, because you're supposed to, go through Zito's dungeon and all that stuff. The downside is that I have to run through the ancient wind and water caves entirely in the dark, which means I basically have to memorize the path and go through it based solely on memory. All right, that's it. We did it. We did it, Reddit. We have... We've done it. We have made it through. We are now in Sebicus. We just skipped the entire first arc of the game. Well, mostly skipped it. And now I want to go back over here. And I need to end the actor focus displacement state, but thankfully, as soon as I go back into Urmias, specifically into Urmias 1, there's an Urmias 2, but I'll get into that later. I will be done. And now we can proceed on. We are now in we've now made it to Jeremy. This is the first town in Sebicus. Going to the days of defeating Zito in an hour and 45 minutes. Now we defeat what the flip is his name? Gaza. Yes, we defeat Gaza in an hour 45 minutes. That's the name I was thinking of. Alright. So we're gonna go run through, and we're gonna defeat we're gonna go fight Berserker now. So we gotta advance the plot, and unfortunately that doesn't mean we have to beat some bosses, but maybe not so much. Now, as it turns out, Berserker's really tough. If you've played the game casually, show of hands, anybody's played the game through casually, you know that Berserker is probably one of the two Berserker and Zane are probably the two bosses that are really known as being particularly pains in the butt. A lot of people died casually to these guys a lot. If this plant monster is causing any violent Pavlovian response of fear and anger, that is totally understandable. I completely understand why you might feel that way. And we're gonna go in with level 1 Vaughn, a level 1 Gala, and hey, Terra's around. I'm gonna run away. I don't think this was such a good idea. Now that I think about it, it was really not a good idea. Oh my gosh, Vaughn's dead. And oh my gosh, we failed to run. Let's try again. I got one more chance to run away, right? Oh my gosh. Terra got hit with Spore Gas. And rip Terra. Well, I think we're dead here. Good thing I saved. We'll just load the save file. course, that is a joke. I'm not gonna let it say, oh, Vaughn's dead. And we're dead. Oh, well, that sucks. Except not really, of course. This, of course, was a joke. I was, you know, trying to lead up to the fact that this was a joke. But surprise, we won. It was apparently no match for the Byron martial arts. You know, those Byron martial arts, the ones that will never actually be used in the entire run. And with the power of Terra, we won. Weird. And no, it doesn't have a raw Saru, but apparently, no, neither does Gala until after this cutscene is over. But with their powers combined, they can revive the Genesis tree, and the mist is gone. Yay! Also, I have kettle cooked jalapeno kettle cooked potato chips, and when I have those, I'm a happy girl. So right now, I'm a happy girl. I'm gonna go get my tissues because I need to blow my nose. Alright. So we did it. We revived the Genesis tree. Oh, I don't know about never crashes. If we get unlucky, we'll see it. We'll see a hard lock. Maybe 2. Knock on wood we don't, but Zori is a butthole, and Jet, in theory, can be a butthole, although I've never actually seen it happen. Hopefully that doesn't continue. That does not... Yeah, we did a bunch of sequence breaks, and spoiler alert, if you like sequence breaks, they're not getting old anytime soon. Surprise, surprising, absolutely no one. The biggest skip in the run is still coming up, and we won't actually get there for like another hour and 20 minutes. So, that is all we need to do for right now. That's all we're going to do in Jeremy for right now, except the fact that Zalon demands we do his little fetch quest. And there is a way to avoid it, but it's an incredibly hard sequence of actor focus, displacement, glitches, and it would say like 4 minutes, but I haven't learned it yet because it's really, really, really complicated, and there's not really a good guide out. Usually with like, there are some guides out there for most of the skips, but pretty much all of them I've had to make myself because nobody else runs this game. Turns out when you have to have a pretty expensive game disc and a fairly expensive console, not to mention you need some memory cards and other stuff, and your reward is you get to do a speedrun of a game that nobody else runs, and that you don't really get Twitch viewers for. It turns out that the number of people that are like, oh my gosh, I want to do runs this is pretty low. So I've pretty much been the only person running this game with a couple of minor exceptions, but I don't know if anybody else has ever done a run of this for a marathon before. To be perfectly honest, I can't. I think Death Time's done one of Legaia 2, but never Legaia 1, to my knowledge. Anyway, enough about my lamentations about not having anybody else to play Legaia speedruns. I'm gonna talk to Alan. We have to use little fetch quest. Throwing off to Vidna. And we do have to play the slots, so we're gonna do the slot machine. I'm gonna take a safety save just in case I foul it because, you know, I'm still getting used to this new monitor. My TV died a week and a half ago. I had to get a new monitor, having to adjust to that. Want to go and take a safety save. Hopefully, we won't need it, but you know, you might. I'm at 10 coins. I'm gonna have to focus, so mods, keep an eye on chat.
One more.
Hey, we've got first try bonus game. No thousands, unfortunate.
One more.
Darn it.
One more. Bonus game.
Yay. Still no thousands. Yeah, I'm just not having a lot of success with these bonus games today.
One more.
Yay, there we go. At least we're having success getting the bonus games. Alright, one more for good luck. Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. Oops. Didn't need to do that. Nope. Sure. Alright, well that's all the points we need. Pick up a couple items just to sell those for money. Why the heck is there a slot machine in a... I mean, you know, idiosyncratic technology. I mean, it is a world, you know, with, you know, flying trains. Well, flying in quotation marks. You have to have the Pepe cutscene. So now we get Yuma's ring, and the game wants us to go back and... So moving on. We got our slots, we got Yuma's ring. We're gonna go to Octum now. We're gonna go be the best character in the game. Sorry, no, you're not the best character in the game. You're like the second or third best character in the game. Oops. And we're gonna go over here. Go back to Jet's Fortress. And we are going to we're gonna go to Octum. We're gonna go meet Kara, best girl. Well, I mean, best girl in the game, but second best girl in the series, because, you know, Sharon exists. Where is Hari? Come out, Hari. I want you to tell me what my dreams mean. Anyway, how is everybody? I know that I know that it's still early for a lot of y'all. I'm very much a morning person. I've been awake for a few hours. Well, I wanted to start a little bit early because, you know, I'm a morning person, not an evening person. It's okay. You know, some people are night owls, and Ria here is not one of them. We must search the town. We must be very careful. Now, you talk like such a big shot. Pawn, let's look for Hari. So, in order to advance the plot, you have to read all 4 of these books. Frosty, I don't know why you're awake. I guess because you just really, really love Legend of Legaia. And you're here to watch me make a mockery of it. Maybe you really hate Legaia and you just want to see me make a mockery of it. I really don't know which. In any case, yeah, we're gonna check this elevator. Ow. Owie, my everything there. That was my ankle that just popped. I don't think you could hear it, but like, ow, it was like, I mean, yeah, this game does have its detractors. The game's pretty good, I would say, but like, hate bad people. Give me a break. Stop talking like a bunch of goody two-shoes. Everyone's gone. What? They're all gone. Hello. Hello, everyone. Oh, I just bonked my knee against the dresser that I'm using as a quote-unquote desk. So Kara's gonna run off. She says that, hey, there's this star pearl that she found. But she palmed it off on some jeweler in Jeremy named Zalin. Oh, not the Western audience, just the American one. The Europeans got the easy version of the game. It was only the NTSC version that was the the Western NTSC version that got the harder version of the game. PAL version went back to the JP difficulty. Well, I don't know, Frosty. Are you talking? When you say that, are you talking about the critically acclaimed hit MMO RPG Final Fantasy XIV? The one with the one featuring the award-winning Heaven Sword expansion, the one with the free trial with no restrictions on playtime till level 60. That Final Fantasy XIV. Because I have many people, many of my regulars are big 14 players, and you know, we go full meme with it because, you know, why not? I have nothing better to do with my time. I mean, look, I'm taking my time and I'm speedrunning Legend of Legaia. So I mean, clearly I've not come up with anything better to do. So this Noah shows up again. I was about to say Ria shows up again. It's like, no, I've been here the whole time. Allegedly. I don't know if there were any incentives for this game, but I don't know. Like, nobody said anything about them. So I'm gonna assume that there's none. I'm just gonna kind of play through the game. Because I honestly just don't know. I'm not sure if I set any incentives, and I'm not sure if any of them got met. If I did set any. So we're gonna door one back to Octum. Oh no, Twitch is being twitchy. Sorry to hear that. We are moving onward. So I mentioned before that I love these kettle-cooked potato chips, these jalapeno potato chips. And I do. They have this nasty habit of getting stuck on my teeth, and I don't like that part. It's kind of annoying. So here's the Power Rangers. The evil Power Rangers. Sorry, I should really clarify that this is the evil Power Rangers. And so this is the Guy Lilas at your service. A bad person? So he's gonna challenge Bond to one-on-one combat, and we're gonna have to say yes because we just want to advance the fight. Yeah. And then, oh my gosh, the others show up too. Go, go, Psycho Rangers! What are you talking about over there? Who are you? You want to know our names? And I was like, I'm Gita Lilas. I'm Luda Lilas. I strike with lightning speed. Also, I scream a lot. And I'm Cheetah Lilas. I have a hammer. And we're the Power Rangers, and I'm having chat connection difficulties, so y'all are talking in chat right now. They might not be going through because I see that I've got a buffer wheel. It says that I'm connecting to chat Wheel of Doom. Not dropping any frames yet. Earth, Wind, Water, Fire. Fire. Earth. Wind. Water. Yeah, I'm not drawing any frames. I don't know why. Oh, my internet's still up. But yeah, if there's any. So eventually, hopefully, Twitch chat will reconnect, and I will be able to talk with y'all in chat again. But for right now, I'm going to pretend that there are things going on in chat that I just can't see. If there are any mods around, remember I can't see what's going on in chat because it decided to die on me, so... can only hope. So we have gone through... So, oh yeah, the Power Rangers, they showed up, but we're never going to see them again, and I do mean that. We actually are never going to see them again. Okay. Okay, looks like it's just a... oh. Thank you, if somebody just messaged me some stuff in chat. I am still on a buffer wheel. I will see about trying to reconnect to it. But I just have the little pop-out thing. I don't have like an actual full chat window. Like normally I have chat through the OBS thing. Oh no, it looks like there are some Twitch difficulties. Twitch is twitching. So we're here in Octum. Yeah, it looks like Twitch is having some having some difficulties at the moment. So for anybody who can see me, awesome. For those who can't, sorry. I'm gonna go through here. We're gonna sell the stuff that I got to sell, and we're gonna go buy. And that stuff. Eventually, the stream might come back. Oh yeah, it looks like we're having some technical issues on Twitch's end. I am not dropping any frames on my end because I am not streaming to Twitch. Weird that. So this part is pretty boring. We pretty much just have to go through Underground Octum as intended. We have to go through here, talk to the mayor. The mayor's like, hey, I wish I could help, but you know, maybe if we had hurry. And then we try to leave, and the guard the soldier guard, whatever, shows up. Is like, hey, it's like Hari, he's awake, awesome. And apparently we got knocked down, but somehow we're okay. You know, we're level 1, so you'd think that we'd get killed. But I guess we'd have to Terra, so we'd probably still be alive through Terra shenanigans. Don't ask, you know, video game logic. We don't question it in this over in my neck of the woods. Oh my gosh, get out of the way, lady. We're gonna talk to Hari. We're gonna talk to Hari, and Hari. I don't know which one is which. I mean, there's Babby Hari, and other Babby Hari. We should go to Countgrim. Yep, I watched and listened closely. I mean, I didn't pay attention at all. And now we're going back to sleep. Now we talk to last Happy Hari. All right, so we talk to Hari, try to leave, and oh my gosh, it's an earthquake. Sorry, everybody. Hari's dead. If anybody is actually able to participate in chat, you can type some baby rage in the chat. That would be absolutely wonderful. A baby rage in honor or perhaps dishonor of Hari. Not really sure which. Eventually, maybe even Twitch will stop being twitchy. Could happen. I'm gonna try. So it looks like. Oh, wait. Hold on. Can I chat again? Like, I refreshed the chat. It says it's connecting. It's loaded up some back stuff. It's loaded up some stuff in the background. It's like loaded up the past history. I'm not sure if it's gonna load up. It's still trying to connect me. All right, so we are moving right along. Use 3 incense this time. Still got chips stuck in my teeth. And now we are out of Underground Octum. We're going to the fire path. And we are just moving right along. So we're just gonna have to go to Zane. There really won't be any big skips until after Zane. Just gonna go to Zane and then we're gonna pull the Berserker and die again. Sorry, I probably should say, I don't know if I should say that the D word there. We're going to intentionally get a game loss. We're intentionally going to wipe the party to Zane so that we can advance forward because, you know, at this point I can't really be like all surprise I won. I actually won because I already did that with Berserker and it just doesn't work the same when you do it again. All right, so Noah's gonna. No, we still never met Noah before. We still won't for another over, like almost 2.5 hours. Time to go on, because... Oh no, it's Zane. His name, because the name is Zane. It rhymes with pain, and he's gonna drive you all insane. Those are Ross there, aren't they? Just my luck. That means you guys are the enemy. Yep, we are the enemy. Everybody get a big fat red neon sign that says the heroes are here. Oh my gosh, we got bull charged. That's a load of bull beep. Sorry, not bull beep, bovine fecal matter. As I try to munch on more of my chips. Oh no. Mach 9. And it looks like Amazon Web Services, like full stop, is having problems. So, I don't know if there's anybody who can still watch this. Maybe in the... So, here we go because of... yeah, something on the back end of Amazon Web Services decided to die. So, hopefully it comes back up soon, TM. So this is going out to all of the people who are watching. Looks like there are some people. So Twitch is pulling a Twitch, and I'm just trying to like coordinate like with a few. Oh wait, Twitch is supposedly allegedly back. Still not sure. Twitch is twitching. Somebody sold some soup on the one single server machine over at Twitch headquarters, apparently, according to somebody in my Discord. The reason it's not yet fixed is because it require Amazon to pay somebody a living wage in order to clean it up. That was a beautiful line right there. Anyway, we're gonna do some more skips here in just a moment. Am I allowed to say that, or am I gonna get banned on Twitch for saying that? Still dead-ish. Whoops. No, that wasn't what I meant to do. Save the game. Items, you use the incense. Load the save. All right, still going on. We are mashing. So the game wants us to go here to Retaliate, and then it wants us to like go up and revive the Genesis tree on Mount Latona, and then come down, and then sorry, you'll be doing some nasty stuff. So you're gonna knock his block up, but I just really don't have time to do that, so I'm just not going to. So I'm gonna do some little running around. I'm gonna run over here. I'm gonna run over here. Run over here. Run over here. Oh my gosh, the door is locked. But I have a sneaking suspicion that if we run around over here, and we run back over here, watch out for RNG lady, thankfully she was kind. Run back over here. Oh, and the door is still locked. Gonna up 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Go up one step there. 1, 2. Hey, third time's the charm, and the door just decided it was going to unlock itself. The power of incense has lost its effectiveness. And here we are. We have made it past Retaliate. We've just skipped 2 bosses, skipped a bunch of plot stuff, and now we're on to the next mist generator dungeon. Yay. Sadly, we don't have a way to get into Retaliate early. Or that would save a whole bunch of time, and then this run would probably be almost sub 3. But that's, you know, that's something that may at some point come up, but we haven't yet figured out how to do it. All right, that's all I got to do. Yeah, I still can't see chat. I mean, I'm still live. I'm not dropping any frames because we're streaming to a private RTMP server that's not affiliated with Amazon Web Services in any capacity. So I'm still live. My local recording is still live, but Twitch is not live, and Twitch is getting a nice kick in the butt from Twitter. I'm sorry here, and I don't even like Twitter, but I've apparently told that there's a storm brewing, and I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy the Legaia and let the storm brew and something. Words, they're difficult. Oh wait, I hear somebody in my Discord server saying that she can see the stream on Twitch, but I still can't see the chat, so I don't know if anybody's saying anything. I'm hoping, knock on wood, fingers crossed, that things are still sort of working. Well, that's okay. That's why we have a local recording going, so that when it's all said and done, and I imagine the really longathon probably also has a local recording going, or if they don't, they should. But that's none of my but that's not any of my business now, is it? I'm gonna pick up this War Soul just because we need a little bit of money for the end of the game. Just running around at the speed of sound, got places to go, gotta follow my rainbow. Can't stick around, gotta keep moving on. Yes, what lies ahead? Only one way to find out. Must keep on moving ahead. No time for guesses. Follow my plan instead. Trusting in what you can't see? Take my lead, I'll set you free. All right, so it's time for Dohati. Yeah, I see. Chat's still down. You know, I'm just trying to keep up with Discord and stuff and be like, hey, if there's any pertinent news that I can share. So, oh my gosh, we got Chaos Breath on turn 1, which is, you know, always Chaos Breath on turn 1, and we died. Of course, at this point, it's just like, okay, yeah, we died again. Yeah, we won. Yeah, but yeah, Resident Sleeper. All right. Are we ready to destroy the mist generator? Sure thing, boss. So some people in my Discord are saying that their everything is up. I am not having any such success. I'm still down. Some people are up. I don't know. It seems to be an Amazon Web Services thing. I am refreshing my chat window, but I have a pop-up. I'm viewing a pop-up window of chat through the Twitch website. And it is continuing to not load. Yeah, it may be location-based. I don't know. When I get access to chat again, I will let you all know. Until then, I imagine there are enough moderators that are keeping abreast of the situation and are all working to try to, you know, notify me. And I've got people in my Discord. I got a few people that are, you know, kind of chatting with you know, the 4 of them that are watching through there, keeping me abreast of the situation. People on really Longathon server as well. And yeah, I'm trying to just try to have some fun. Yeah, we're gonna door light out because I don't have anything else to do with my life, or anything else I need to do here in, where's it called? Ratayu. I'm gonna use this incense, and then I'm going to door wind to Octum. Yay! And now it's time to head up to Caristo. So just like that, we're done with the second of 3 regions of the game. We're done with Drake Kingdom. We're done with Sebagus Islands, and now it is time for Caristo Kingdom, which unfortunately is the longest of the 3 regions by a pretty substantial margin, to be honest. So this is the flying Seru. I use flying loosely in you know, with quotation marks and everything, because it's like not really flying. It's more like it is you know, a monorail. But I guess the monorail series just doesn't sound as good as the flying series. So yeah, here we are. All right, so wait, hold on. I just saw something move in chat. I just saw a chat move. Not fully connected yet, but I just saw something move in my chat window. So maybe we're having some. I just reloaded, and yeah, we're still not there. But I did see something move. So it looks like we might be going towards some semblance of normalcy, just in time for the game to get really crazy again. Wait, it says welcome to the chat room. I'm not loading. I'm not seeing my mod sword though. Test. No, I can't actually post anything. It's not fully connected. But it feels like it's moving. Things are improving. I see chat. I see like I'm not able. Hello, hello Iris. Oh, hey chat. I'm still not able to connect, but I'm seeing chat move. So I think we are starting to see a return to some semblance of normalcy. Eventually, the Nightbot might not be connected, but I'm sure somebody who actually can post in chat can maybe manually post in the schedule. Because you know I've got both my hands tied mashing text, and you know I can't speed run the game and try to keep up with moderating chat and this and that. And oh my gosh, I got people moving. I got people talking in chat again. I'm not alone. I'm not alone again. Chat is slowly becoming not ripified. Maybe eventually I will get full chat access again. Are they gone? They're gone. All right, let's go back. Shoot, I wish the flying sailor could swim. I just reloaded to see if my chat window would fully connect, but it does appear that I've kind of backslid just a bit. So Kara's gonna show up again. You know, there's always a question of how did Kara get here, but of course the answer is very obvious. She just used a door of wind. She's clearly been here to Karisto Station before. So I mean, it makes total sense that she could door a wind over here. I mean, you can buy them in stores. It's not like it's just like they just randomly exist somewhere. I mean, they're clearly the characters talk about them, so it's just like yeah, it makes total sense that yeah, we just What is a raw Seru? All I have is this good luck charm. Oh my gosh, that's a raw Seru egg. Where'd you get that raw Seru egg? Sorry, I'm not gonna tell you. LOLs! Get dunked on! Now we're going to Seoul. All right, so we're in Seoul. I'm still a little bit flabbergasted with what with the whole all right, the word's difficult. We're in Seoul. So for those who like seeing the game, I've got some bad news because it's time for another actor focus displacement thing. So we're going to be running around in the dark again. So if you like seeing the game, we're going to have about 12 minutes or you're going to be disappointed. Okay, so we're gonna go over here. We're gonna go into this blue sequence for Gala. Incense will run out right along this next path. Call that one. Almost like I've done this run enough to actually know these sorts of things. All right. Oh my gosh, I think my chat's back. Oh my gosh, I think we're back. Anyway, I need to focus right now, so I'm gonna stop having to stop look at chat, but I think we have some of this. I can see people saying things in chat. I think we might be back. Thanks for the good luck. I think chat is working. I think we have returned. We're back. ladies, gentlemen, and those who don't identify with either of the two major gendered groups. I think we're back. Oh my gosh, people are talking again. They're saying hello and welcome and congratulating the fact that we're no longer down, and it's so enlightening and it feels so wonderful. And I was, for those who didn't catch it, hi everyone. Hola, hello, bonjour, konnichiwa. You know, pick your language of choice. Guten Morgen. I think we's back. Hi everyone. It's time for Gaza 1. Briefly lost the mist. Oh no! We dead. So I was on stream the entire outage? Oh my gosh. Y'all get to hear me this whole time. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I thought like I was just like completely rip. Have no fear, Songi is here. Also, I'm evil and I can teleport. And I am mighty muscles. Songi, you dastard! You dastardly dastard! You are the most dastardly of dastard villains, Songi. That was the hardest part done. The hardest part of the skip is done. I'm gonna save my game. All right. Done with so we load up this to turn off active focus displacement. Place is cold. I'm so cold. Chilly. And run around, and now we're gonna go over here and be like, hey, we should plant the Genesis tree seedling. Thank you for always believing, always thinking me, members of the Moron Brigade. Who, me? I run like a champ. I wasn't running around at all. I'm steaming. Well, if you want to steam them much, go ahead. Gaza, come out, Gaza. We have visitors. Fasting around at the speed of... Are we slowing around at the speed of go? Stopping at the speed of go. The old man, Gaza, he's turned purple and therefore is being destroyed. Got rainbows to go, gotta follow my places. And I love that we all get it. Yeah, pretty much. Well, at least for this game. Then we get to Legaia 2. Also, I need to use the restroom. Here be. So, the answer to the questions, I can simply lose all boss fights, but only with the help of complicated glitch setups. Did that tree just eat a man? Yes, it did. The tree just absorbed Gaza in order to be fully revived, to become fully revived. And now we get the astral sword, which we will never use. So we have to do another actor focus displacement state, unfortunately. Because the Sage's guard dog, which was the whole reason we had to use the actor focus displacement state in the first place, is still there. So it's still there. We need to do another actor focus displacement state so I can undo, so I can get past the Sage's guard dog in the other direction. And then we'll be done. And yes, it seems like it's really long and complicated, but these active focus displacement states going through Dark Soul, not to be confused with Dark Souls, very different, in total save about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Hello, Thanamir. Welcome for all those who are joining. I know that we've had, Twitch has had twitchy issues. So for all of those who stuck around, thank you. Load this up. So I'm going to run down for 15 seconds. And don't adjust your monitors or TVs, whatever you're watching this on. It is dark, that is intentional. Yeah, I think it's all Amazon Web Services. That was having issues. Not just Twitch. So yeah, anything that's using Amazon Web Service on the back end would have been affected. So now we're going to save here. Finally, we are going to load up this file. We're going to undo after focus displacement. So we do have to do some the words hard. Incense. Thank you for the good luck. Okay. So now that we bought all these incense, we're gonna go here. We're gonna do the dancing mini game.
Ready, go! Ready, go!
I don't know, but I think they do a great job of treating my glaucoma.
Ready, go! Three, two, one, finish!
So I need to get 400, and I need to get at least 400 points in the practice, and then I get the speed chain. $444 points. I get the speed chain. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You thought you were the only one doing rhythm games? It's okay. Copy. I only had to do this for a couple minutes. I'm not trying to steal your spotlight or anything. I'm sorry. So she's the next runner and she's doing B-Mania. So I think that's why she's like, wait, stop. I'm not trying to steal your thunder. I just had to do the little mini game, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause any distress. I've never played that game before. I'm very incensed myself. That's why I have a... Hi, Filene. That's gonna say something. 8 hours. I mean, well... Hopefully we'll be done with Legaia in 8 hours. A copy, I welcome that. Please do. I mean, I'm down for it. Five-minute RPGs. I mean, there's always Chrono Trigger, any percent New Game Plus. That's like 6.5, 7 minutes. Yeah, I was about to mention half-minute hero, but I thought that game was actually a little bit longer than 5 minutes. I wasn't 100% sure. I've never played the game, so I don't know for sure, but like... also, if you were... so this is the really convoluted part of the run coming up. We're gonna be skipping, like, a bunch of stuff. So first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna talk to Dr. Usha. Then we have to do the Mrs. Usha quiz, and then there's gonna be a bunch of like blink and you miss it sort of things, just as Filene mentioned. So what's gonna happen? We're gonna do we're gonna skip like a whole bunch of stuff all at once. I'm gonna try to explain what's gonna happen. So we're gonna do actor focus displacement state one more time, and that's gonna allow us to skip the ice barrier in Navora because we're not going to Urmias and we're not entering the dreams just yet. So we're gonna skip past the ice barrier with actor focus displacement state. And then we're going to navigate through Navora. We're going to take advantage of a glitch that allows me to use items while I'm not supposed to be able to do so, to warp out. And I'm going to also make use of running around while the, I don't know, it's hard to explain. The end result's going to be that if I do this correctly, I'm going to actually go somewhere different on the world map and skip the ice barrier on the world map and get up to Mount Tahini. All right, Okapi and Filene, enjoy the lurks. I mean, I have my incensed emote if y'all are angry. Dorwin, Booma. Yeah, I did mention we were never going to Drake Castle. You know, it's been 2 hours. We're still not go. We're still never going to go there. All right, so save. We're gonna load up this other Urmias file. Thank you. I actually kind of need to wash it. I haven't washed my hair in like a week. I only really wash my hair about once a week. But thanks, I grew it myself. It only took almost 3 years. All right, so again, don't adjust your TV sets or anything. We are running around in the dark. You can see a little bit of mist off to the side. This is okay. This is what's supposed to happen. Well, it's not what's supposed to happen, but it is the intended result of the glitches that I'm performing. So we have this little cutscene with the Soren. There's Soren and flying both. So they're gonna fly off, be like, "Ha, we're better than you. We have wings. We can." Hey, Vegeta, guess what? God damn it, Nappa. What's wrong this time? Vegeta, I can fly. What's wrong, Vegeta? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing at all. 9 minutes, 18 seconds. 9 minutes, 18 seconds. Happiest moment of my life. Hey Vegeta, what does the scouter say about his power level? It's 1006. Really? Yeah, kick his butt. Yay! Oh. Wait a minute. Nappa, wait, I had this scouter on upside down. It's over 9,000. Grr. But Vegeta, why do you sound so bored? Because he's still not a threat. To me. Anyway. There is the crust. So I gotta do this quickly. Alright, so there's the coordinates. Oh, that's the context over 9,000. Alright, so now we're managing Mount Tahini. Well, that's the DBZ abridged context for over 9,000. Not the original. And it was never over 9,000. It was always 8,000. They changed it to the in the English dub because it made the the lip flaps sync up better. It was always over 8,000 in the original Japanese version, but who cares about that, right? It's the meme over 9,000 that's just the way it is, and it's just always the way it's gonna be. Something continuing to run around Mount Tahini. And look at me, everybody. I made it to the top of Mount Tahini. So I actually just went through 2 dungeons in the dark. I warped out, so I used active focus displacement to glitch through the ice barrier Navora. I then ran around. I used the Door of Light in such a way that actually the Door of Light tried to take effect at the same time I was walking through a door transition, and that threw off the coordinates that the game put me back in when I went to the world map. So instead of popping out outside of Navora, I instead popped out just to the east of Mount Tahini. I then walked around the world map, went up to Mount Tahini. Since I'm still in the active focus displacement state, I'm able to skip by Birdman Gate, get up to the mountain by walking through it in the dark, and look at me, I just skipped like 30 minutes of stuff. I do have to come back and do -1 later, but I'm not going to do it right now because it turns out to be faster to do it later. End result is, look at me, I saved time. Yeah, the tilde is I just skipped like half an hour of stuff. Okay, so there's something useful. Yeah, that skip save altogether it actually said that that skip saves about 18 minutes. It's like 32 minutes, but then you have to get 14 of it back later. Items, Dorwin, Usha. We're gonna walk over to Mount Tahini to, number one, set the door wind point for Mount Tahini, because I will have to come back there later. But also I need to... So set the door wind point for later. But it's also going to turn off the agri-focus displacement state, because I don't want to actually be in AFD right now. Because I'm going to do stuff, and I'm going to be going through the floating castle, and I do want to not be in AFD for that. Plus, I need to not be in AFD for the Soren Camp stuff. Items, Door of Wind to Soren Camp. AFD, actor focus displacement. It is the state in which the camera angle gets disjointed from the actual characters and causes certain items to deload themselves. Please do ask questions. A lot of this stuff is like really convoluted. All right, so put on that speed chain. So Legaia 1 will be a little under 4 hours, and Legaia 2 will be a little under 6. For the respective categories that I'm playing. So ideally, it'll be like 3:45 and then like 5:50. I would. Unfortunately, there's no real easy way to play the game because it never got any re-releases. There's always perfectly legal means, TM, if you catch my drift, but I can't talk. I'm not. But obviously, really longathon probably would frown upon me elaborating anything more on that in that direction. It's absolutely a great game. Just be aware that it is very long and grindy. You have to accept that it is from that certain generation of PlayStation 1 JRPGs where longer is better, and everybody, advertised 60, 80, 100 hours of gameplay. I can't say that, but I'm not gonna. There is a very real chance that the next boss, Zora, could, crash the game. And that would be bad, and that would make me baby rage. and not in the ironic, haha baby rage, but that would like that would actually make me upset. So after this Fuera mini boss fight, I'm going to go back and take a safety save. Oh my gosh, got death game. That's not good. Costs like an extra 10 to 15 seconds when you get death games. So that's why it's like rage, 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 baby rage. Real rage with real babies. Hey, at least we didn't get double death game. Well, I mean, I don't know if this is really indie style. And I'm not really sure what to recommend as far as that's concerned. I mean, it's not Final Fantasy, so... I mean, that means it's automatically less mainstream than other games, because, you know, if they have... Anyway, here's Zora. So we'll see what okay, okay, this is... All right, so we did not get the Zora crash. Doink, and we died. Doo-doo. Oh hey, yeah, we're back. Yep, we are back. The stream is back. Oh, you are too much. The muscle bound oaf is still as dumb as ever. I'll tell you why I did it. The floating castle is just a trap to lure you in and kill you. Even its mist was no good. And now we get to see Songi use the garlic gun, because he's totally a Vegeta ripoff. And I don't mean like Vegeta like in the Buu saga where he's actually kind of good. I mean the Saiyan saga Vegeta where he's evil. And you know, I can't control when Twitch is going to be twitchy. All I can do is really kind of roll with the punches and hope that y'all will understand and not take it out on me, and you know, try to give the best experience I can for those of you who may be watching on YouTube, you know, in the years, weeks, months down the line. I mean, I'm just surprised I haven't dropped any frames yet this since I started streaming. I missed the first 9 minutes of the local record, but you know, hopefully that was before the Twitch issue, so hopefully, fingers crossed, everything works out. The incense will run out here any second now. Called it. Hello, Sofnum. Morning, or afternoon, or evening, or night, or like, I don't know. You know, we have morning, and then you have afternoon. There's only the split, you know, but nobody ever says good noon. Like, good noon. Well, I mean, it's just like you have this infinitesimal period of noon. You just go immediately from morning straight to afternoon. It's just kind of like how you have only an infinitesimal instant where you're actually a doctor. You go straight from pre-doc stages to going and getting a post-doc. And just like, so that mean you only have like one infinitesimal instant of actually being a doc? It is insert time. It is good insert time. Sorry, good insert day of week. Insert time of day here. Insert name here. It's still 10:42 in the morning here, so technically it's still good. Happy now. Yes, I like that. Happy Christmas and have a Merry New Year. You know, that's what I'm going to start saying now. Merry Holidays. To anger all the people who say hey, Merry Christmas and all the people who say Happy Holidays. It's now officially going to be Merry Holidays. I know. I am evil. I regret nothing. Also, like, if I need to like tone it down, please let me know. I will definitely completely tone it down. Like, I know that I'm just a guest on the stream. Like if anything I say is out of line, I apologize, and I will absolutely avoid doing so again in the future. Do I realize I am a guest? I mean, I appreciate being able to stream here. It is really, really long-a-thon. That it is. Oh. Stretching is good. Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna take a safety safe here. There's always the possibility. Always the possibility that there can be some shenanigans with crashing of the game. So hopefully this works out. If not, we might have to lose a bunch of time and... Oh, fudge. Weird. That usually does... Might be because I had to save. I'll give this a shot. If this doesn't work, I'll just go through it normally, and it'll cost a few minutes, but... Excellent. Okay, we got the skip. So we're out of bounds. We'll go run over here. And if we go right up here and we run up here... Hey, look, I found a portal of past. It's located out of bounds. I do have to mash pretty quickly. There is the potential for the game to, like, get really angry with me and, like, stop working. Oh, it's 240p, not 420p. We did it! We did it, Reddit. I'm not sure what we did, but whatever it is, we did it. Also, we're in the past now. We had to see Concrum as it existed, 12 odd years ago from before the mist. What we did is not... What we did not... Yeah, what we did not do is what we were supposed to do. We did not. So Jed and Court here have been working on this new device. So there's a war between Sol and Concrum going on in this time period, and it seems like Sol is winning the war until Jed and Court have developed this new weapon that's supposed to help them win the war, and it's called the Mist. I've never had any flavor of Snapple, so I don't think I have a favorite flavor. I know I'm streamer, I'm not chat, but like I'm just answering the question because I want to be a good chat person who's engaging and all that stuff. I actually only drink water myself. It's mostly a diet thing. I don't want to get into details because I know that there are definitely people who are in recovery for eating disorders, but part of my what I do for my personal health is try to avoid drinking anything other than water, and I will leave it at that, so as not to risk triggering anything. But no, I don't think I've ever had any flavor of Snapple. As we say in the business, water thyself or slaughter thyself. Speaking of which. See, I like filtered water rather than fresh water. I do have a couple of bottles if I run out of this water. I also have a some pasta from the other night that I'm going to probably take down once I get like close to the start of Legaia 2. Or like just as I'm starting Legaia 2. Because I want to have some like actual nutritious food and not just snacks to eat throughout the day. Because this is kind of a long run. I do highly recommend the drinking of water. Oh, I went the wrong way. It's been a while since I've done anything silly like going the wrong way. Sorry about that. Apparently I just want to listen to this music for longer. As we say in the biz, order thyself or slaughter thyself. So now the question is, yes, also a good idea if you do take any medications. Down those delicious estrogen tablets. I really do. I think that it actually tastes really good. But I'm just weird. I'm just a weird, crazy trans girl like that. And so, no, since I only have Terra and one other character, we kind of have some like problems, and so there's a lot of RNG here that determines how quickly the bosses are able to take us down. Just kind of obnoxious. It's kind of an obnoxious portion of RNG. As long as it doesn't taste like spore gas. Well, hopefully we don't have any spore gas in our life. That would... Yeah, spironolactone does not taste good. Estrogen actually has a really sweet taste to it. Spironolactone just tastes... bleh. It tastes like spore gas. Hopefully we get a turn 1 fire breath. That would be ideal, but I'm not expecting it. Ah, fudge. Fudge fire. Doink. I mean, I'm well aware that I can curse, but here's this weird thing. I know people say that I can curse on here if I want to, and I appreciate it. But you know, just because I can curse doesn't mean that I am required to curse on here. I know, novel concept, not everybody agrees. But I don't have to curse here if I don't want to. Seems to be something I hear a lot, is that people are saying, hey, you know you can curse on the internet if you want to, and I'm just like, you know I'm allowed to not curse on the internet if I want to. Well, ding dong diddly darn, dang it. I don't know what in tarnation's going on here. You know, to do some more DBZ abridged stuff. The fruit is all this funny stuff happened to me. Forget my life, always surrounded by miserable failing clods. Like I'm some kind of schlock receptacle. The whole world just wants to bend me over and find me in the Alps. Well, as far as I care, the whole world can have a fancy barbecue with a goddamn pig. No, that was actually from the Namek saga. As soon as the Ginyu Force arrives. Except it all gets censored, bleeped by Jace checking his scout. It's like beep 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 beep. But then you at the end of the episode in the bonus gag at the end, you get to hear the whole uncensored version. But then you hear a couple more instances of, "Oh, find me in the Alps." That's a little too that's a little too close to the Yep, 1 and 2. Because, you know, we need double the Legaia Densetsu. Rogue Flame! So we did it. We defeated the Rogue. We have destroyed Rogue's tower. Oh, and by the way, we basically just went down to hell and kicked Satan in the teeth. That's basically what we did. If you're familiar with the backstory of the game and everything, it's basically that it very much echoes John Milton's Paradise Lost, and about, you know, Lucifer rebelling against God, except replace Lucifer with Rogue and replace, you know, God with T, and you pretty much got the backstory of what's going on there. So we basically just went to hell and we kicked Satan in the teeth. Well, actually, Satan kicked us in the teeth, and then he blew up, and then he exploded into polygons, because apparently that's what things do in this game. They just go polygons and then whoosh, and then they die. All right, so that's all we need to do here in the past. It's time to go back. Time to go back to the future, except only down to the present, not to 1985. We're going back to 1999, I guess. By the way, how is everybody? How y'all doing today? I hope you're all having a good insert day of week, insert time of day on wherever you are around the world. And if you have any questions for me about the run, about next run, like please ask. I promise I'm not an ogre or anything. I promise I won't ban you unless you'd like to say something like really rude. You know, like something like transphobic or something. If you say something transphobic, then I probably will ban you. Items, door light out. This is on PlayStation 1. Legaia 2 is on PlayStation 2. I'm gonna play both of them on the PlayStation 2 though, because okay. Noah, the nemesis chimp from your parents. Throw it at the gate of hell. Not afraid of you. I hate you. Get out of here. I just did the late cutscene skip. Saves a little bit of time. Wee! Don't fall in, Noah. If you do, I mean, that would be bad, but you also don't exist yet, so it wouldn't really be that much of a problem. All right, so we're just moving right along. Get to see a little bit of disco lights too. That's always kind of fancy pants. I'll take a safety save before jet. Although I've never had it happen, it is theoretically possible that we could end up hard locking the fight. So I think a quick safety save is definitely in order, just to make sure. If it does happen, well, you know. So this is what I affectionately refer to as the jet skip, which is not the same as the jet skip. There is a jet skip that you can do, but this is the jet skip, which is different than the jet skip, because it turns out the jet skip in this category is faster than the jet skip. Weird. Whee! Also, Jet's wearing a Seru. A Sim Seru. Apparently it's even stronger than that of Rogue. But, you know, if you played this game casually, you'd actually know that Rogue is one of the weaker and easier bosses in the game. You know, the whole giving you a free turn to set up every other turn. They, like, set up an attack and then you, like, defend, and then it's, like, really not that bad. So it's like, yeah, you're stronger than Rogue, but Rogue was a chump, so that really doesn't mean a whole lot. Owie, 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 ow, ow. So as I said, it is technically possible that this game could, that the okay, so we ended up having a slow fight. In fact, it was really, really slow. But we didn't die. Well, I mean, we did die, but we didn't crash. We didn't hard lock the game. That's what I meant. I mean, we did die, which is what we wanted to do. We didn't not die, which is... Yeah, the game is still alive, but we have not crashed. I can move and continue onward, and all is well and good with the world. Except for the fact that, you know... Yeah, I mean, the music here is pretty good. So Court shows up. It's time to fight the final boss, except, you know, not quite. So we had to listen to some cool music for hey, we got Mystic Circle on turn 1. That's always good. Means it's the best possible Port 1 fight. That's always really good. Rare, but it's good when it happens. No, you're fine. I don't want anybody to feel like they can't talk or anything. I just, you know, I'm not sure. Obviously, if anybody else wants to chime in or ask any questions, y'all are, please, you know, I'm no ogre or anything. I won't, all ogre. Not really. Yeah. Ria is cute. I mean, look, I'm not even in my own chat and chat's bullying me. What gives? Chat is... I'm not even in my own chat and I got chat bullying me all of a sudden. Jeez, I just can't escape. Which servers equals not cute? Also, so Kara and Grantis are apparently together. Also, we've never met Grantis before. Also, shield your eyes! Look away, look away! Ah! Don't look! Too hot for Twitch! Can't believe they allowed me to show that. They allowed me to show such unwholesome content on this stream. Yeah, I don't understand what Kara and Grantis are doing together. I mean, I just can't seem to figure out which one of them is the girl and which one of them is supposed to be the other girl. Alright, bye Frosty, enjoy. enjoy what I presume to be either a nap or a Final Fantasy XIV session. Oh no. I killed you. I didn't know I killed you. I'm sorry. I don't even know how I did that. And I'm really sorry. I'm so confused. Apparently this game has also taught Frosty that she has pink hair. So we are now in the final arc of Legaia 1. Incense will run out. I was going to say any second. So I thought I had a couple more seconds than that, but I guess I didn't. I'm going to sell the Lost Grail. Legend of Legaia? Why your condolences? This game is great. We're 3 hours in and we're already near the end of the game, and we're gonna go on to Legaia 2. For another 5 hours and 50 odd minutes of playing through that game too, all in one sitting. Because this game is great. You know, I like them both for different reasons. Like, both of the speedruns are very interesting in their own right. Like, Legaia 1 is just like a super glitch fest. I'd say Legaia 1... I mean, I think this game is actually really good. I mean, it's definitely, you know, a very bittersweet ending. And, you know, there's a lot of people that die and then things get worse. Speaking of things getting worse, here comes Juggernaut. It's Juggernaut, fools. Concentrate. Focus. Set up a barrier. Yes, that's it. Just stand there and watch their roster protect you. Watch as a new Kingdom of the Mist is born right here at this very spot. Ah. Another world. No, not the Setter Kai. I'll never have to see you well. Again, farewell, have fun. Dying, my friends. You know, I actually agree with all of that. Yeah, that's actually completely accurate. Equip. Door of Wind, Rumias. You don't get to fight Juggernaut, you just get to get his magic, but you can actually glitch your way to the magic without being level 99. We just don't do that in the speedrun. So now we're gonna go back and do Urmias 1, because unfortunately you can't get to Urmias 2 without doing Urmias 1. It's one of the really unpleasant parts of the speedrun. And so far, nobody has found any way that allows us to skip to Urmias 2. If we could do that, it would save a bunch of time. But sadly, we can't, so here we are. This is why we had to go to Dr. Usha and talk to him, because otherwise we would not be able to do Urmias 1 and would be soft locked out of the game. I hear words inside of my head. Do I like oatmeal? I mean, I don't hate oatmeal. I just don't really tend to eat it. Just not something I like go out of my way to eat ever, but I don't like hate it. No, you're fine. I'm Anyway, I can count to 51. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 'and we did it. All right. Another walk step. Here. Fingers crossed we get these last 2 skips. Fingers crossed, knock on wood, you know. Super precise and everything, and if you botch them up, you end up losing a bunch of time. And by a bunch of time, I mean like 4 minutes. If I foul this skip up. Which we didn't, thankfully. I was concerned that we did, but we did not. We got 1 more skip to do. Usually it's not too bad, but we'll see. Alright, 1 last skip. And down here. Right, left, right, left. Run over here. Run down here, run up here. This would be the finale. I mean, I don't know if I've ever been a marathon finale before. Usually it gets stuck like in the middle of the week somewhere. All right, so we did all those skips, and we got one last incense skip to go. It truly doesn't. On like a Wednesday, perhaps? Yeah, I mean, it is the middle of the week, isn't it? Around the middle hours of the day as well. Pixie, I think you might be onto something. Well, Thanamir, I'm getting a new mattress because it turns out mine is kind of old and washed up and not very nice. You need more tin foil for this hat. I didn't know you were wearing a hat, Pixie. I don't think I've ever seen you in a hat. I wouldn't cuddle. I'm getting a new mattress, but in terms of like um tangible things, I think I'd like cuddles. Cuddles for Christmas sound good. You know, it's decent enough size, but it's just worn out. It's just old and worn out and Juggernaut. We must run away! Everybody run away! It is Juggernaut! Da 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 dum. All right. Dorwin, Byron. It's actually apparently a queen size mattress, and I thought it was a full, but apparently it's a queen. But apparently they're both very similar. Uh, Now let's just try not to mess this skip up. Four, 5, 6, 7. All right, that's the last skip. Yep, that was the last skip of the run that we just did. Oh. Touch those magic pixels. Didn't have to go in there. So Terra, apparently, as long as you touch those magic pixels, it works out fine. Items. Doorwind. Ermias. Nope. Legaia 2 doesn't have any skips at all. I'm going to take a safety save just in case I have some weird issue pop up with. Legaia 2 has absolutely no skips or glitches or any ways to avoid going through the plot as the developers intended that we are currently aware of at this time. I do agree that it seems that the Twitch has stopped being twitchy and Amazon Web Services as much as seems to be working again. I mean, means y'all can see my my dull, dim, frowning face. Actually, I'm making a totally neutral face. And now it's time to go to the past. Wait, no, it's not time to go to the past. We already went to the past. It's time to go to heaven. We already went to hell, so we already went to hell and then blew it up. So now we're gonna go to heaven and blow it up. Actually, we're not gonna go blow it up. Songy's trying to blow it up. Here we go. It is the penultimate dungeon. So we have 22 minutes or so left in Legaia 1, depending on RNG. And then we'll be starting up Legaia 2, like, as soon as that finishes. So, well, Legaia 1's gone really well, other than that one skip with the going to the past. The skip didn't work out just fine because I took a safety save. Alright, it's Songurker time! You notice Terra's not in the party right now, or is she? Turns out we went and go pick Terra into the party, but we have Von, No, and Gala, so Terra actually appears as an invisible fourth member of the party. So she's in the party for purposes of allowing me to die and win the fights, but she's not actually participating in the party, if that makes any sense whatsoever. If it doesn't, that's okay. Remember, this is Who's Legaia is anyway, the game where the speedrun where everything is made up and the plot doesn't matter. 4,400 damage, that's almost 30 times her max health. Songy, that might be just a little bit of overkill. I'm not actually sure how we are doing against PB. I think we're maybe, yeah, a couple minutes behind. This might be a 341 though. That'd be pretty cool. Could be like my second. If this beats a 341.26, it's actually technically my second fastest run of this game ever, as far as I'm aware. Who's the guy is anywhere? Yep. The speedrun where everything's made up and the plot doesn't matter. Oh my gosh, Songy's turned gray. Help me, Gala, you're my friend. Can you help me out here? Nope, I can't help you out. You're gonna just have to face the ultimate punishment. That's right, ladies, gentlemen, and those who don't identify as either. Time for Songy to explode into polygons. Curse all you sitters, that's all y'all power can do. You're all useless. You're all going to die. Bye. Rip pepperonis. No F's in chat here. Just baby rage. Yeah, we do need some baby rage, but I will shut up. Don't worry. I'm not gonna like subject you to that for hours on end. So we defeated Songy, but he's absorbed too much of the strength of the Genesis tree, and it's about to die. And when it dies, the Serukai will die. All of the characters, Seru will die. Everything will die, and then the world will come to an end. And we'll all die, and it'll be the end. It'll be the end of the game. So instead, we use the power of prayer, because that's all we really have. You have to pray too. Everybody bless RN Jesus. Everybody, call upon the powers of RN Jesus and Baby Rage, and with the powers of Earth, Wind, Water, Air, and Heart, we will summon Captain. Well, actually, we'll summon Hari and Hari. Yep, babies. It's baby time. Hence why I said Baby Rage. So if you want to put some babies and Baby Rage in the chat, now would absolutely be the time to do so. Praise be to RNG, baby. Yeah, because it turns out that the guy that Bless RNG was supposed to be was an a-hole. So now I have to use I mean, I do have one that I can use. So, we can get some Baby Rage in the chat. I mean, this is generally the part where I like to spam Baby Rage. I liked it better when it was called Komodo Hype. Actually, I liked it better when it was called OS Komodo. The frog. So the Haris give all their strength to the Genesis tree, and they say like, "Hey, the Genesis tree is gonna die." Oh my gosh, I got a heart from Pixie. Aw, thank you. I think RPG the Mute, I think it was actually Old Spice Komodo. I think like Old Spice did like something way back a few years ago, and so that's where the OS Komodo and OS Frog came from. Just made a breakfast quesadilla. Is that like a breakfast enchilada or a breakfast burrito? I like enchiladas. I had one when I met somebody for dinner Saturday night. Had an enchilada plate. It was good. I enjoyed it. Anyway, I gotta mash through text. So it's Carbon time. Remember how Carbon's supposed to be the first boss in the game? Time to fight Carbon 3.5 hours into the run. Weird that. Whoops. Onegai! Well, Carbon's dead. I said we had to charge up the point card a whole bunch? Yeah, that's why. So we could do that. And now, since it's our first trip here to Mount Rokuroa, that is going to cause us to finally recruit Noah. That's right. After 3.5 hours, it's finally time to put Noah in the party. Weird that. So, you know how I mentioned, so I was doing this for another marathon on Saturday for No Holidays Allowed. And I put in like, hey, they asked for like, when do we name the characters and like for like incentive tracking purposes. And I had to be like, we name Vaughn 0 minutes into the run. We name Gala 25 minutes in the run. We name Noah 200 minutes into the run. Oh, by the way, let me reiterate. I need to send a message to you. I did not mistype. I meant 200. I did not mean 20. We do recruit her literally 10 minutes before the end of the game, as seen here. Oh yeah, that's it. It's time for the end of the game. Let's go recruit Terra one last time, and then onward to the final dungeon because I don't have time. I got Legaia 2 to do, and I've got 6 hours and 40 minutes, and declining with every second at the rate of 1 second per second to finish Legaia 2. Now my PB in Legaia 2 is 5:38, but like I don't ever expect to get sub 5:45 in that game, because that game has some really evil RNG for reasons that I can elucidate on later on when I get there. Also we get Vanessa. So we have 2 Noahs here, and let's all congratulate Vaughn on her transition to Vanessa. We want to we want to congratulate Vanessa on her transition. As we say, always be yourself unless you could be Noah, then always be Noah. But personally, I'd rather be Kara than Noah. I mean, if I had a choice in the matter. Because Noah wishes she were best girl, but Kara actually is. Sorry, no, I'm not sorry, not sorry. Just plain not sorry. That's Vanessa VAHNESSA. There's an H. There's a silent H in there. All right, everybody, it's time for the final dungeon. So as soon as we win, as soon as the text box starts, I'm going to immediately switch over to Legaia 2. So the timer will not stop between games. It'll be just like the multi-Mario run or runs. We will be doing back-to-back, no stopping the timer or anything. So, welcome to the Belly of the Beast, the final dungeon. This is the very definitely final dungeon. I've got some eyelashes that are causing some problems. Can't stop this Legaia. I mean, hopefully I'll stop it at some point. I mean, eventually I'd like to finish the run and like move on to do other things. I mean, I'm gonna need to sleep and eat at some point. This dungeon is, it is a thing. Do I wish to dive in the rapids? No, I don't, but I have no choice. Also... Also, I was gonna say something useful, but for the life of me, can't figure out what it was. Bye, May. Bye, May. Bye, Village Elder. Bye, Village Elder. Maybe in the next game you'll actually get a name. So, almost to the end. Just, like 4 more rooms to go. Also, for anybody who didn't know about this item, hi, it's a metal goblet. You're welcome. Why it's there, how you're supposed to find it, no flippin' idea. But hey, if you ever wanted a free AP max at all times, there you go. I mean, we still have the fire droplet, so technically we have 2 of them. The actual final save point for Legaia 1. ahead and plug in my Legaia, my PS2 memory card. Take out the PS1 memory card, put it in the PS2 memory card. Whoa! Oh no! Nope. But Pixie, you're Canadian. OSHA doesn't apply to you. Yep, it's Sepha ripoff, and spoiler alert, if you were expecting Sepha ripoffs, if you like Sepha ripoffs, then surprise, surprise, they're not getting old anytime soon. Like, pretty much the entirety of Legaia 2 is all about Sepha ripoff. Oh, was that a spoiler? Yeah, that was a spoiler. Sorry, I'm spoiling the plot of the next game. Mother 3's final boss, I mean... Also, RIP PB. Looks like we finished the run. One final boss behind PB, because my PB for this game is a 339.41. Yeah, spoiling the game I'm about to play. Weird. Weird that. Just kind of trying to organize my space a little bit, get my Legaia 2 disc ready. Ow. Ow. Owie. Ow. 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 Ow, ow. Hey, okay. Alright, and that is end of Legaia 1, 341 flat. Second best run of Legaia 1 I've ever had. After my PB, which is a 339.41. Give it just a second to load up some Legaia 2. $341 flat. That's as I said, that's pretty good. I was kind of expecting to get like closer to 345 or 350, depending on how bad everything. And we're gonna move right into Legaia 2 without further ado. I just keep the timer going and. I need to load up some notes, because turns out this game has some complicated menus and such. And yeah, turns out I'm lasagna 2 time, so oh no. Game. I don't know if I can do this. Hey, that does work. I can do this. Awesome. I wasn't sure if that would actually... Like, lasagna too. Ricotta boogaloo. This is Legaia 2 Dual Saga. There is pretty much no connection between Legaia 1 and Legaia 2, so if you're expecting a sequel in any capacity other than the fact that the names are the same, I got bad news for you. Yeah, you ain't getting what you asked for. So, rip you. So, this is the village of Knoll. That's where Lang lives. He's going to be our main character, but not the one who carries the show. Unfortunately, one of the things that you have to realize with the game is they actually flipped the triangle and circle buttons around in between Legaia 1 and Legaia 2. So it's kind of obnoxious to do menus. Configure. There's a good menu there. Yeah, we have another 5 hours and 45 minutes or so of this, depending on RNG. It could be closer to 6 hours. Hopefully it's not more than 6 hours. That would start requiring some things to go wrong, which they certainly can. So we're going to introduce ourselves, because that's faster. I'll be joining you today. My name is Lang, not to be confused with Lang A or Lang AA. Because I'm not going to overmash that if I don't have to. So, Legaia 2 does not have any glitches. Also, apparently Dane there was stabbing himself through the side. Go over here, talk to Galvin and Hawk. Yeah, the village elder has a name. It's Hawk. So that's the Aqualith. It's one of the 3 sacred stones, aka MacGuffins. They get used throughout the plot. It produces water for the village. Water is cool. Remember, hydrate thyself. Water thyself or slaughter thyself, as we say. Water's cool. It's also wet. So we did that. So we're gonna get the point card. You think? That's so. So heal leaf. It's wet, I would say. I do need to focus on my menuing. So I have to do 100 individual transactions. So I have to buy and sell those items one at a time to get 100 individual transactions. That gave me some stuff that's worth a lot of money. So now I can buy a whole bunch of leather chests and some other equipment. So you complete 100 individual transactions, and you get a big child's bed at 50, and then a hand-woven carpet at 100. And together, those two things sell for 75,000 for the hand-woven carpet, 10,000 for the big child's bed, and 4,000 for the revival bottle. It gives us basically 89,000 gold at the start of the game, which, combined with the point card, means I have basically 5,000, almost 5,000 points of free damage. And I can use those on the first few bosses in order to break the game open. So we need to so this is gonna give us a bunch of points, a bunch of money. Monies is good. So Dane's the big tough hotshot who's got to be like, hey, I'm so tough and cool and ha ha ha. Look at me, I'm so tough. Look at me, I'm tough. Ah. And Marcus is just like, whatever, I got. I got great news though, it's time for a tutorial fight. And by, did I say a tutorial fight? I meant multiple tutorial fights. All in quick succession. Oh, and as I mentioned, the Gaia 2, we actually do get to swing our sword.
Know what I mean?
This is a completely scripted fight. I can't alter it in any way, shape, or form. Also, Galvin scratches his butt. It's kind of a recurring joke. Also, we just hit level 2. We got 3 art blocks. So now let's learn about arts. Unfortunately, we're stuck here doing a bunch of scripted encounters for a while. Also, Lang's agility for the block rate for this fight is completely maxed out, so he'll never actually take damage in this fight. Blue Moon Buster. Galvin has no such thing. Yep, we are on Legaia 2. Velocity. Yeah. Ha ha.
All right.
Yep, we're about 10 minutes into Legaia 2. We had a really good Legaia 1, like a 341 flat. So, here we are. So we gotta clear out a bunch of clients that are infesting the area with their vile wretchedness. But first, a random encounter. I mean, I knew he was gonna get into one. I don't know why he said it was random, as though... Mountain Crusher! Alright. Yeah, we have to worry about random encounters in this game. It really stinks, because, you know, I was so enjoying not having them in Legaia 1. And yet here I am, Legaia 2 comes around and be like, ah, you got random encounters, and you're gonna get random encounters, and you'll flip and like it. And I'm just like, no, I won't like it. I will get into random encounters, but I won't flip and like it. You could force me into random encounters, but you can't force me to like them. All right. So every time Galvin outspeeds the client, and you only have to watch one client attack instead of two, you save like 4 seconds. So it can add up. We have Galvin guard on the second turn just because it's slightly faster to input the guard command in the menu. Saves a few frames. I know, right? I didn't want these random encounters.
Know what I mean?
Unfortunate.
No problem. All right. Know what I mean?
Know what I mean? No, Galvin, I don't know what you mean.
All right.
All right. All right, got another random encounter. And we were ambushed. Double baby rage. So we're gonna lose a bunch of time to that. I don't know if they are or not. Owie, owie, ow. Thankfully, Galvin will actually heal himself. Bloody wool. Finally, we made it to Legaia 2. Also, hi back, I'm Ria. I thought I updated the category to be Legaia 2. I don't know if the title's been updated.
Let's roll.
Sounds like Ria. Yeah, I didn't know. I never updated the title. I updated the game. Yeah, Twitch has been twitchy today, Filene. I don't know. As far as I know, it's kind of back, but like, I can't guarantee anything. All right. Know what I mean?
No problem.
No problem. I need some people here to chat with me and keep me sane. I know. It's only. I mean, it's not even one of the longer runs in this event, but still, I'm just like, oh, I'm already wanting to be like, oh my gosh, I'm going. All right. Nice block, Slang. That's totally fair, Aishia. Sorry, I might have mispronounced. I'm bad at pronunciation. Sorry.
I gotta keep going.
Yeah, you just gotta watch out for those 6-game runs at 38 hours. Actually, I think it was 36 hours. No, subs go to paying to support the channel and tech upgrades and so forth.
No match for me.
It is my understanding that they do not go to the donation. I mean, it might be longer than the median. It's probably not longer than the average, though. You know, there are those, 30-plus hour runs that some people are, obnoxious enough to try to pull off. Well, I mean, some of the money doesn't go to supporting the stream. Some of them goes to Bezos's pocket. Let's not kid ourselves. So gotta be forthright about that part. Know what I mean?
I gotta keep going.
I gotta keep going. There isn't. Like, probably the issue is that any sort of sensible hundo category would involve doing a lot of playing the gacha game in the Kravia guild halls in order to try to get rare pieces of furniture, and that's just something that I really have no interest in doing. Like that, like, oh, fart. It's been such a long time since I've gotten into the random encounter before.
Here I go. Hey. There.
Damn. Exactly, Lang, exactly. Hey, it was level 4. Here I go. So Dane has to be all tough, hotshot, what, blah, blah, blah. It's time for the first boss of Legaia 2. All right, so here we go, gather crowd. Know what I mean?
Bang!
So normally I would do a,
Not yet. Eat this. Bang!
okay, so good. So you don't want to knock the crowd below 700 health.
Didn't expect that.
Yeah, 723 is fine. Yep, so there's the Gather Crab. We attacked its weak point for massive damage. Turns out its weak point was in fact a rewards credit card. So the reason why I had to be really careful is that when you knock it down to 700 health, there's a cutscene, and when it's down to 350 health left, there's another cutscene. It starts with, I believe, 1,076 health. I can't ever remember if it's 67, 74, 76. I want to say it's 76. Not 100% on that. But I didn't want to switch over to Sandstorm because I didn't want to accidentally knock it down too low in health. Also, if you choose the second option that in that dialogue where Galen asks how it goes, and you say, haha, I was so tough, I'm bragging about my success, he actually gets up out of his chair and he punches you in the face. It's actually pretty funny, but I'm not going to do that because, you know. Also, weird cutscenes that don't really make any sense, that aren't well explained at all. So that's Avalon as a kid, and apparently he witnessed a mystic, like, a riot against the mystics, and he's like, all, I better protect myself, and like, it's really not well explained. Like, they did kind of a very poor job of kind of explaining what's going on here. NGL. So it's not the tattoos, it's what they represent. It is a mark it is a mark how do I explain? The mark signifies that they have a second spirit within their body that has special magical powers over a certain aspect of nature energy or something. Also, like I said, Sephiroth ripoff. Like, tell me that's not a total Sephiroth ripoff right there. Like, seriously, the whole standing in the flames in the darkness. That is, you thought well, Legaia 1 was bad with the Sephiroth ripoffs. Like, Legaia 2 goes full on Sephiroth ripoff. With a little dash of Kefka for good measure. So, there seems to be something going on in Hunter's Wood. Galvin goes with Edward to investigate and tells Lang to stay here in the village. You were away. So now we have to go back to Hunter's Wood. So to back where we fought the Gather Crowd. Wait, Lang, be careful out there. So we just have to head back. Ideally, we only get into 3 random encounters before we get to where we need to go. It's possible you get into 4. I'd say it's probably a little bit more likely than not than you get into 4 encounters. But hopefully we only get 3.
Haven't noticed us yet.
Dangerous to go alone. Use this. Hey, another first strike. I'm happy with this. I mean, I've gotten to, I mean, there later will be multiple characters, and I guess they just didn't record the line for multiple characters. Or, like, haven't noticed me yet. I don't know. We're gonna get... Here I go. Try to run, knock on wood. We get the successful run. Excellent. Yay. The knocking on wood helped. Woo! We only got 3 encounters. Yay. F's for Edward. He didn't make it. Go ahead and grab this leaf of stamina. It's basically a life water, but we're going to sell it. We're not going to actually use it. Money is kind of tight throughout the run. A lot of this run is all about... a lot of this run is... money management and like item routing and money management and so forth. Anyway, I'm gonna try to use the restroom real quick during this little scene here. So, BRB, as soon as like I start the third hit, I'm gonna go run and try to use the restroom. So I'm gonna mute.
Demon?
No, not a demon. It is the pure embodiment of power, origin.
And back. Okay. Oh, wait, he totally does. He totally does when we get to his actual battle. By the way, that was the final boss. You know, that was the final boss, everybody. So this is just the bonus content now. But actually, he does have an awesome... He actually has a really awesome battle music, but we don't get to hear it yet. This is just his intro theme. It's called God of the Evil Ones. And then later on, we'll get the remixed version, God's Fist, when we get to fighting him again. Oh, sorry, sorry, Okapi. I wasn't meaning to spoil it for you. Yeah, spoilers for 20 years old, yeah, this year. So yeah, Lang gets stabbed, but so this is the origin of which he's speaking. He's talking about how the mystics all have this second spirit within them. This is Eagle, the supreme origin. So he's going to menacingly go walk off. So here we see something about this spirit that kind of wakes Lang up, but apparently, remember how somebody said that, hey, the Aqualid, it's probably gonna get stolen or corrupted in some manner. Well, whoever it was that said that, pick up the phone because they flippin' called it. Yep, the Aqualid got stolen. And he's basically pulling a Kafka here. Taking the stones and, like, altering the stone's position within the Source Forge. And basically pulling a Kafka, although it's not really well explained what's going on for another 2 hours and 40 minutes, thereabouts. So, not much we can do here. Just got to advance forward. So we head over to where the Aqualith was, and by I do mean was, not is, because surprisingly, to absolutely nobody, it has been stolen. Old Gold Eyes went and took it. Alright, well, we've done it. Ladies, gentlemen, those of other genders, or lack thereof. So Lang's gonna decide, hey, it sounds like a really good idea. Why don't I go and get the Aqualith back? I should totally go and do that. I'm gonna go get the Aqualith, because I'm gonna be the main character. Also, that blue little orb thing, that's a save point. Kind of looks like the ones in Star Ocean 2 a little bit. Just a little bit. Over here, Lang! Be honest, because it's faster. And Galvin's like, ugh. Well, I'll tell you what. You say you gotta go after the Aqualith. Okay, fair enough. Nothing I say is gonna change your mind, so you have my blessing. Something. Here's a sword. It's called the Hammer Blade. We will never use it. And this is the Wind Talisman. Gives us access to Gale Canyon. And it's like, if you get killed out there, I'll never ever forgive you. Like, I'll go reanimate your corpse so I can like beat you and kill you again because you got yourself killed or something like that. I'm just making things up as I go because I don't know. I am gonna save here. There is camping, but it's grayed out because we don't know how to camp yet. Oh yeah, I guess the save file is kind of spoilers. But I just wanted to take a little safety save there, just because. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not like intentionally like going out of. I mean, Darth Vader is Luke's father. Jesus dies in the Bible but gets better. It was his sled. I mean, there you go. There's probably the 3 biggest spoilers. That y'all can like throw tomatoes at my face or something. Yep, it is. It'd be Legaia 2. I do stream it from time to time, but you know, it's also a question of like, how do you get people to like tune into a Legaia 2 stream when nobody's looking for Legaia 2 content? It's sort of a chicken and egg path dependency problem. So we get to meet. Also we get to meet Beavis and Butthead and kind of the ragtag crew of lesser and minor villains. This is Gale Canyon. It's the second dungeon. Kind of got to go through it. It's hopefully not going to be too bad. Knock on wood, fingers crossed, etc., etc. Hey, it's Ellipse. That would be really great. But it's just going to Escape Master and run off. Because that's what it does. Whee! It basically pulls a baby rage and then it's like, bye! And then we'll have another Lips fight in like a minute. Here we go. Ow.
There.
Damn. There's level 5. Get a little bit more HP from my troubles. So again, it's gonna baby rage and run off. We do need to fight ellipse for later, but we can't outspeed them just yet. Later on, we'll have ways of dealing with that.
Here I go!
Here I go. All right.
Eat this!
Yeah.
There!
Got a Nothrock, which is good because I do need one of those for item creation later. So yeah, Legaia 2 has item creation. We'll be doing some of that in a little bit. I'm going to take a safety save here. Again, I'm just being a little overly cautious with the safety saves. It's not super common that the game is going to heck me over too badly, but, you know, it's possible. Particularly going into this fight at 213. It's not likely that I'll take 213 damage in one turn, but it certainly could happen, and I'd rather, like, not. Not really. Not that I can think of. Oh, now there's Maiden Passion. We're gonna get the hiffle out of this fight. We're gonna point card this jerk because we do not have the means to survive a double power attack from Elephant, particularly if it uses its like Death Hug attack. No, I don't think so. I think there's a skill. There is, to my knowledge, a skill that makes it so that when you use auto fight, it will like give you a higher chance of learning arts through auto command. But I believe that is about it. I don't believe that there's any characters that teach you arts in this game, to my knowledge. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case, and somebody might come in and yeah, I mean, yes, there are a couple of instances of that. Like a lot of the hyper arts are all learned through scrolls or through items or through cutscenes in a couple of instances. But and then there's like the upgraded versions of the hyper arts that you get by using them over and over again. But by and large, there's just not. Yeah, that's the one we're actually not going to. We're actually going to skip that cutscene, as it turns out. Sleeping Dragon. The final art. Wagatio no Mi.
That must be... just like that man.
He's cowering at the power of our origins.
Don't forget, Marianne, it's only just begun. Now, let us engage you in our dance of death. Bang! Fun, isn't it? Fun, isn't it?
See, I prefer to call them Beavis and Butthead. I just call them Beavis and Butthead, but you know, I can totally see Garahim. Yeah, Elliot is totally Garahim. Yep, that's I can see that.
Is that all you got? is a good
Yeah,
time
yeah,
to try
that.
our new
But I'm still gonna keep
Legaia
calling them Beavis and Butthead. I don't know which one is Beavis and which one is Butthead. As soon as I figure that out, I'll let y'all know. But they're clearly it's Beavis. I said butt. Hey, guess what? I farted. You know, I don't think I ever saw the. I think there was a Beavis and Butthead reboot, but I think it didn't last very long.
Very elegant, Marianne.
Thank you, I got that from you.
You are? Pixie is apparently the great Cornholio. I'm not sure who that is. I must admit my pop culture references are at this time failing me. Oh, is it? I'm sorry. I've never actually watched the show. I just kind of know it through pop culture. Oh no, I started this. I guess I've got to, I guess I've got to deal with the consequences. Also, there's going to be a gratuitous torture scene coming up here. So, what do you mean? We already have our first party member. We're going to need our second party member. Also known as Dead Weight. Sorry, Maya fans, but she's kind of dead weight in this game. What was the question for the speedrunner in general? I don't remember what I said. I'm kind of tired. Remember, I've been doing this for 4.5 hours. I did not sleep amazingly last night, and I can't remember what I said 5 seconds ago. I'm also kind of hungry. I'm gonna get, when I get input break, I'm gonna go grab some food. Probably need to get some more water soon. I'm pretty low. We do have a... Oh, Maya being dead. Oh, yeah. Actually, she's pretty good if she's leveled up. But, I mean, she's also just literal dead weight for the first hour. Because she can't attack until... Like, you have to go through, like, 3 dungeons before she gets the... Like, 2.5 dungeons before she gets the ability to attack. Like, if she's leveled up, she can actually be really useful. Like, she gets some pretty OP abilities later. Also, one of the most disturbing phases of the game. Up, 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 up. Oh, I can't look. Can't look. Shield your eyes. Please don't hurt me. I'll be your servant. I'll do anything you say. For sure, they do. So, Bubba is apparently mad because we killed Elfin, which is why he wanted to torture Lang. Because apparently Elfin was Bubba's girlfriend. And I'm going to say absolutely nothing more about that. That's it. End of that conversation. I'm going to leave that as it is. No more clarification needed. Just... Bleh. Moving along. Guess what? We're in prison. Again. We're going back to jail. Yeah, I said we're done. We are done with that conversation. So this is Maya. She's also an origin. She has the power of Revis, the origin of life. That's how she has the ability to use healing magic. Healing tastes good. It tastes like sensu beans. What's your name? I don't know. I can't talk. Who are you? Let me write my name down. My name is Maya, not to be confused with Maya. Or Maya, or Maya, or Mai, or May. I have the power of the origin of life. The Reva's gonna talk to us and be like, hey, you're a mystic. Aren't you a mystic? Not be frightened? I am a mystic, but I'm one of the good guys. No, I'm not a mystic. I hate mystic. Mystics are evil. Stop saying I'm not. I swear it, I'm not. Just shut up. Go away. And Maya's like, yeah, you probably be a good idea if you did. And she vanishes. Bye, Revis. No, there's no way. That's impossible. There's no way that could be true. No! As it turns out, Bubba's gonna help us bust out of prison, although he didn't realize it at the time. Turns out he kind of weakened the hinges on this door, so... seems a little wobbly. Why don't I try to break it? Everybody say 1, 2, 3, charge! Wait, that didn't work. Let's try again. I need everybody to help me out. 1, 2, 3, charge! All right, I need everybody's help. Make sure to click the like and subscribe buttons and follow and all that other good stuff. 1, 2, 3, charge! Hey, thanks. Y'all helped me out. We did it. We're out. We busted out of prison. That's right. We're no longer in prison. Well, actually, we're still in prison, but we busted out of our jail cell. So Maya's gonna join. We have our second party member now, and that's time to bust out of prison because prison is not a place I really want to be. So first we're gonna go in here. We're gonna go to in this room. We're gonna open this chest, get all our stuff back, put everything back on, and just automatically just automatically gets equipped. And then, oh my gosh! We got a prison break on our hands. Everybody, run! 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 He's down! Doblin is down! Run! Well, we'll get to that line later. Point card use, begin. Lord Toplin! Yeah, Maya's mute. She'll get her voice back later. But, like, she doesn't actually get to attack for a while. Lord Toplin!
No problem.
No problem. No items, though. That's sad. I am sad. Okay, we avoided getting into a fight. It is possible to get into an extra fight, which would actually be not good. I doubt they've made it to the central building yet. Find them! So these guards, you know, we're kind of pulling an Ocarina of Time here, except these guards are actually good at their jobs, which is sad for me. Whew, that was definitely a sketch, but we made it through. Pick up the Zonarch weed. We do need Zonarch weed later, but we need the money right now, so that'll sell for 110. Lower the drawbridge. So now we're able to escape the castle. There's this ominous save point that's like, wait a minute. Stop right there, Namekian scum! Boink, boink, oh my gosh. Surprise, it's a boss! I mean, there was that ominous save point right there. It's the Mighty Ham! I am the great Mighty Ham! And I'm going to ham it up in this stream because I am so flipping hammy! Look at me, I, with the power of Saint Joprian and the smell of clean, shall knock you all down. I am Balkan. Some call me the mighty Balkan. If you're a real man, you'll fight me one-on-one. Yeah, how about go heck yourself? Alright, we're gonna use this Ice Needle Scroll, and we're gonna point card. Do 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 do. Oh, 895. So this will do 980? 880. Second guess. I apparently can't math in my advanced age. Called Mighty Vulcan! I, the Mighty Vulcan! Not yet over! I cannot lose!
It is not yet over. I
Cannot lose! I cannot lose! Guess what? Guess what, Mighty Balkan? You lose! He is called the Mighty Balkan. I only know that because he won't shut up about it. What? He's Balkan? We've been ordered to seize them. Raise the drawbridge! And Maya's like, hey, let's get out of here. And Light's like, yep, let's get out of here. And we're gonna run. Stop them! Wait a minute, they got away! They escaped! Bishop, your majesty, the Mystics escaped. What? What happened to Balkan? He's dead. Please don't kill me, I'm just the messenger. I'm gonna kill you because I'm evil. And also I need to rest my... I need to rest my voice for a bit. As it turns out, being trans and working on your voice does put some strain on it, and I am feeling that strain. So we buzz out of prison. The guards are looking for us. Turns out the people in the town don't much like the guards or the bishop or anybody in the castle for that matter. So they're all too willing to heck them over in order to help us. We talked to Sabrina. I'm basically gonna learn about, hey, we're doing stuff. So we just got some text to mash through. Turns out the people don't like the castle people. We talked to Joe. He basically tells us that he's an information dealer. He will sell us information on how to proceed for a fee. Tells us about mystics and whatnot. Seems that he says that we're a mystic, and Lang doesn't believe. But he's like, man, most of the people in town won't know or care. So you're actually fine to be out and about. So Lang mentioned getting the Aqualith back from some man with gold eyes, and my eyes like points on this map. To Mount Gabel. And Joe's like, hey, you shouldn't go there. It's really dangerous. And Lang's like, hey, I'm gonna go to Mount Gabel. And Joe's like, yeah, it's dangerous. You're gonna get yourself killed. Don't come crying to me when half your butts get killed. Who am I kidding? You will. What does that mean, Joe? It means your wish has been granted, gosh dang it. The heck? Alright, so we have access to Darkin, which means we have access to item creation. Time to create some items. Alright, first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna go over here, we're gonna get a VIP card. Basically the Platinum card, which we didn't pick up in Legaia 1 because that's in Drake Castle, and we don't go to Drake Castle in Legaia 1. Now we're gonna go to the junk shop, buy some junk. And by junk, I mean crafting materials. First, we're gonna sell... Buy quarter wood. Combine armor. Yeah, but, you know, speedrun strat. Well, now we have to leave town. We'll come back in. That is just to open a door in the inn that gives us access to a heaven's path. Tiger Jewel. Combine accessory, Vigor Poison, Speed Poison, Speed Pickpocket. I get a Jab Charm and a Sharpshoot Charm. Over here, Heaven's Path. Back over here. Back over here. Do this. A sell up. We don't need to buy. We don't need to sell. We need to buy wet gloves. Need to buy until we have 45 of these. Thanks. So we're just making a bunch of gorgeous jackets so we can sell those for a lot of money. spell. I want to actually see if I can... I was just seeing if I could buy a certain item there, but I can't. Alright, so that is all we need to do for item creation for right now. I'm going to take another safety second. Mount Bell is one of the most dangerous parts of the run. Almost as dangerous as the Ultimate Fang. We are now 5 hours into Legaia-thon. So exciting. Y'all are excited? I'm excited. We're Legaiaing on through. Because what time is it? It's Legaia clock, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary pals.
Here I go!
Here I go. Mach 9! Lang, don't die! Don't get yourself killed, Lang.
Not yet!
And failed to run. Baby rage. Oh, okay, we successfully ran that time.
Here I go!
Successfully escaped. Yay, we did it. We escaped. All right.
Here I go!
So hopefully we can successfully run away. Ow. Ow. Ow.
Didn't expect that.
Did you miss anything funny? I mean, not really. I mean, I don't know if you saw the whole Balkan sequence. That was about the closest thing to funny that we have had. So get this item. It's called a Heaven's Path. Heaven's Path is a consumable item. It temporarily decreases random encounters. It does so in a very weird way. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. We just did a bunch of item creation and crafting to get some, a bunch of money, mostly. But also we got a couple of accessories that, I was going to say Vaughn, but Lang has equipped. I'm Lang. And you are? You're a dirty old man. You're Kazan, not to be confused with Kazana. Da-dum, da, da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, Kazan is going to have All right, so we're gonna have some stuff about, basically what we're gonna learn is Lang is most definitely a mystic, and he needs to train under Kazan in order to unlock his mystic power. And only by doing so might he have the glimmer of a chance of defeating that Gold Eyes in his supreme origin. But for now, if you rush into battle, what would be the... You did, Boat SR. You did miss Legaia 1. And the first hour and 20 minutes of Legaia 2. The worst way to explain... I mean... Thank the game that the series has a coherent story, because the games are completely the same, completely different in every way, shape, and form in terms of plot and story. So even suggesting that the games have a coherent story for the entire series is a pretty bad way to explain it. I don't think so. I think that's Kazan and Lang, but I don't know. Also, it's Galduke, so we have a little mini-boss. Alright, so we're going to use point card, defend.
That all you got?
Wink. Make sure to take time to stretch. Stretching is good. Hydration is good. I highly recommend doing both of those things. Mine at level 8 finally. The point card, yeah. It's busted, but you have to spend a lot of money. And it's only really possible because of all the money that we spend through all the exploits that we have to get extra money. I'm going to take another safety save. As I said, Mount Gabil is a very dangerous part of the run, and I'm going to take the maximum number of safety saves, even though it costs time, and that's why I know that I'm not going to PB this game, because I'm going to probably lose like 5 or 6 minutes just to safety saves. Mine's going to temporarily leave the party. So ideally, we only get 2 fights coming going up the mountain. We'll get into 3. That means we'll get into like another couple of fights. There is a money exploit that I did at the very start of the game where I bought and sold 100 individual items in the first shop in the first town. And by doing so, I got an item that sells for 4,000, item that sells for 10,000, item that sells for 75,000. And I was able to do that to get almost 90,000 gold at the start of the game. Whoops, items, point card, use. And I was able to use that money to do some crafting. To buy a bunch of stuff. What was I saying? Something. That'll come to me eventually. Yeah, so I was able to do a bunch of crafting. That got me even more money. I'm going to use that even more money. Yeah, there's certain shops in the game that when you complete individual transactions up to a max of 100, you just get some extra items from them. They'll just give you items. You have to like, so you have to do is like buy an item. You have to just buy items one at a time. You have to like buy an item, you know, say, yep, that's what I want to buy, and then do that again over and over again. Hey, I got a Rock Demon's Tears. That's going to be useful. I do need a Rock Demon's Tears for, let's see, about 3.5 hours from now when we do our last round of item creation. I need a Rock Demon's Tears to make a Blessing Pill, which I'll use on the final boss. I'll explain strategies and stuff later. But having that Rock Demon's Tears is good. And, okay, excellent. We made it here with only 2 encounters. So I'm going to go up, I'm going to fill my water, I'm going to grab some nom-noms that are waiting for me, because this is my, this is going to be a couple minutes of input break. I'm also getting a little bit on the lightheaded side. I, you know, haven't really had a proper meal since early this morning. So we can't actually do anything to this guy. He's got block normal, so he doesn't take any damage from our normal attacks. A mighty blow!
Shoot!
So if we have a cutscene if we try to attack him. Yeah, it's a pretty goofy looking thing to copy, for sure.
That all you got?
BRB. BRB gonna go fill up my water. Get
Like those two. It's the same thing. Am I the same as them?
Deep within your soul is another spirit. You must conjure it now. It will give you strength.
Another power lies within me.
We did it! I'm back. And I have pasta. Noms. It's not lasagna. Not lasagna for the Legend of Lasagna stream, but it is pasta bake, which is basically like lasagna. So now we awaken to the origin of Legaia, the fire origin, and we're gonna point card Asari behind, rather than using origin fights, because yeah, that would take a while. Also, I'm gonna go use the restroom again during this next cutscene. Oh, I forgot to put on the accessories. Oops. That's not ideal. Overly dramatic plot, power up. Point card. Because of course it's the point card. I forgot to put the accessories on. Hopefully that doesn't lead to me dying. I mean, hopefully it won't, but you know, it might. I'm gonna safety save again. Super Saiyan! Master? I mean, it's better than calling him Pops, don't you think? Equip. Power Duel. Whoops. Jab Charm. Sharpshoot Charm. Skill. So I'm gonna queue up an Earth Energy with Chasm. Go use go use the restroom. So more chair stream. It's everybody's favorite chair stream.
Sheer perfection.
Master? Why aren't you using your sword?
I've always preferred to use my fists. I can feel the battle with more clarity. This is a memento of an old student of mine.
A student?
Yes, and in it thrived the spirit of my former student, Rouse. Which is why
Must never ever lose it.
never ever lose it. For
This voice acting is amazing. I will brook no disrespect for the amazing voices in this game. These voices are incredible. They are hammy as all sin, and I love them. They are hecking amazing.
Don't waste my time. waste of time.
Alright, so now it's time for the cave trials. Probably the single most dangerous 2 to 3 minutes of the run coming up. This is the reason why we do the safety saves. Because this part will kill me, most likely, and it will suck. Now we have the power of origins! We can use our origins out of battle now. Maya's gonna come with us because we have no chance to survive, make our time, or something along those lines. Alright, just Galduke, so I think we're probably good. Origin. All right. Items, use magic powder, origin, pop off HPs. Also, this is a lot of the music in this game is remixed from Legaia 1, including this track. This is Legaia 1 remix music, like a lot of the other music in the game. There is obviously original music as well. It's a mix of both. Oh my gosh, I did not mean to do that. Ah, fudge. Oh, I'll take a free run. So the Heaven's Path has worn out. Now we have this will be another free first strike. Because you can just clip them from me. You can start the battle by touching them from behind, which guarantees a first strike. So we gotta just shoot down these moles with fire fists. Flaming fist, and we got him. 777. That's lucky.
No problem.
No problem. Items, use. They use that Heaven's Gate, which is going to turn off random in battles for the next 5 encounters, just because the Cave of Trials is like really high leveled and we don't have Kazan in the party. I'm gonna hit this. This has an average jewel in it. I'll go over here. Forgot to do this during my practice run on Sunday. Pick up this Heaven's Path there. Run back around now that we've gotten that Heaven's Path. Just trying to use as few steps as possible so as to avoid getting into encounters to the best of my ability. Pick up the Scroll of Raging, Secrets of Fang scroll that teaches the Raging Fang hyper art for Lang. And that is all that we have to do here in the Cave of Trials. And now it is time for the absolute most... time for the dumbest time save in the entire game. You're not even going to believe it when I tell you. We're going to switch to run as Cassin. As you almost certainly don't know if you are not familiar with watching me do speedruns in this game, which I would imagine for most, which is probably most of y'all, because I don't really get many people here to watch Legaia 2 on a regular basis. But it turns out that Kazan runs faster than the other 4 characters do, by about 8%. And over the course of the run, it saves about 4 minutes to switch and run as Kazan whenever possible. It is mindless. It is asinine. And yet, repeated testing continually confirms that to be the case. I don't know why. I don't know why they programmed it that way. I'm just shrugging my shoulders, but he runs faster than the other characters, and I have no idea why.
Here I go!
Whoops. Oh gosh. He's actually not the tallest member of the party, surprisingly enough. There's a character that we get later who's actually even taller, and he doesn't run as fast. He runs the same speed as the other 4. Yeah, I did repeated testing and confirmed that, yeah. So this is where we learn about camping. That's also where we learn how to cook. We're going to get the Kazan curry recipe, which sacrifices your defense to increase your max HP by a little bit. Also increases your attack and avoid by about, or attack and agility by about 20%. Turns out it's a really, really good cooking recipe for the speedrun, and we're going to use it many times. Increases your, hey Rustguard, increases your max HP by 400. Your defense drops by like 10%. Your current MP falls by like 30%. Not your max MP. Max MP is untouched, and your attack and agility are increased by 20% or so. Don't waste my time. What's the history resume of this game? I mean, I don't feel like giving a full resume of the game. I'm tired and I'm just trying to focus on like not fouling up the speed run, let alone trying to. Can I take a nap now, please? I mean, I thought I was wasting my own time. All right, so I'm gonna buy some accessories. I don't think so. 4, 7. Buy an accessory. Valor. So we'll do some accessory crafting. Go over here. Buy a fell doublet, dirty clothes, whip, dirty clothes, wet gloves, banshee bangle, avarice jewel, jab charm, fell doublet, fugitive, power banshee, skills. Don't have any. Just sleep, nap, just skip put nap time. But I've already done this run multiple times, and I kind of wanted to PB in the run. So we get the Emblem of Nobility that gets us access to the 3-star hotel that we can go to now. Notably, the 3-star hotel has access to the sewers. Sewers are going to be how we get into the castle, because we're going to like sneak back into the castle. Because, you know, we want to get the Octolith, which seems to be trapped there. Don't waste my time. Remind me not to stay at 3-star hotels. They might have like to access a pool and not a sewer. You don't want to have direct access to a sewer labyrinth.
What a waste of time.
So pick up a Maiden's Heart. That's just the sell for later because I need money. Break that box, grab that. Go over here, break this. It gives you access to has a Leaf of Mentality and a Leaf of Sagacity, which are just more things that we're gonna sell. They're basically like a Wisdom Water and I guess also a Wisdom Water, because Magic Defense and Magic Attack are 2 different stats in this game. Break this block. Over here, use the red gate key that I just picked up. Switch back over, break that. Don't waste my time. Diva, which that's Kazan's origin. Diva, the origin of Earth. I get better as I get older. Go ahead and use this Heaven's Path now. That treasure chest is just like a poison cure, something that's worth like nothing, so it's not worth picking that up. Break this. Blue gate key, get this. This has an unassailable pill. Unassailable pill will get used for the Storm Idol fight, which is like, I don't know, 2 hours from now or so. Maybe a bit more, a bit less. Something in that general area. What it does is for a few turns, it makes you take half damage. We're just running through the sewer. Not really anything super excited. If there's any donations, this would be a great time to read them. There's really not a lot to say about what's going on. Just we are taking some fights intentionally. That's both because Lang needs a few levels. It's also because I need to get some skill experience. So skills get so accessories learn skills when they're leveled up sufficiently. And I need to get 50 skill points on the Fugitive Necklace and on the Power Necklace. The Fugitive Necklace gives you encounter down, so it basically gives you a permanent Heaven's Path effect when it gets leveled up to 50 experience.
Here I go!
Right. Sheer perfection.
So, probably halfway through the sewers at this point, but there is another half to the sewers dungeon. Magic powder. Unlock the gate. Go in here. There's the yellow gate key over here. Definitely feeling the fatigue, and I feel like I shouldn't be as fatigued as I am. I mean, I've only been going for like not even 6 hours, and I'm just like, oh, please stop. Please make it stop. But alas, I have a good, 4 hours more to go. Maybe a bit less. I think we're right just under 2 hours. We're gonna go into the sewers right about the 2 hour mark. Maybe just over. Ideally, you could sub 2 getting to the sewers, but looks like we're just gonna barely miss it. Punch this. So that leads into the Cabell ruins. So anyway, sub 2 started the ruins, not start the sewers. Climb down. All right, here we go. Time for the Cabell ruins. So we need to go up and down the that ladder there. That makes it so that we can what does it do? Going up and down the ladder makes it so that we can get through. Take that path that leads directly to the end of the ruins, so we don't have to pass all the way through the sewers again, because we do have to go through the ruins a second time later on in the game in a couple of hours.
Don't waste my time.
Don't waste my time. Whoops. Whoops. Trying to break the thing, but I didn't work out so well. So there's a bunch of puzzles and stuff that you're supposed to go through and like find all these hints and stuff. Thank you. Something something follow the runner. Something something shameless self-promotion. Wait a minute, the runner's me. Break these. If you don't break these, they'll hit you for a surprise attack, and they're a pretty nasty fight. Wait a minute, the runner's me. I'm the runner.
Don't waste my time.
Don't waste my time. Guard, guard. I am going to take this fight just for skill experience, because...
I get better as I get old.
I get better as I get older. There's escape right up and suppress strike. I'm looking for those skills. Hit this switch. This leads over here. Pick up a Sage's Handbook. Sage's Handbook is a consumable item. For one battle, you get double experience. So equip, take off the Banshee Bangle, put on a Power Jewel, skills, high power. Now we're gonna cook another Kazan curry. And then we're gonna rest to build up to get our stats back to full. Whip. Welcome everybody from Mozzarella Cheese's stream. I am Ria Starshade. This is Really Longathon 5. This game's Legaia 2 Dual Saga. It is the second half of my Legaia 1 and 2 back-to-back. About 2/3 of the way through. We're about a little over a third of the way through this game, and about 2/3 of the way through the back-to-back run. So. So hello everybody, welcome. So we're gonna meet. So this is the bishop. Kazed does not seem to regard the bishop particularly high regard. This is Velna. She seems to have some magical powers, and there's also this beast, this magical beast called Slogar. So Kazan wants to like teach Doffin a lesson, and he's like, "Oh, no, that simply won't do." So now this is Slogar. It's a magical beast dredged up by Cabal magic from the depths of hell or something. It's not really well explained. So there's a gimmick in this boss fight that for the first 4 turns, this boss is completely invincible. It just won't take any damage from any attacks. Then due to story/plot related reasons, starting on turn 5, you can actually do damage to it. They're going to tell Bishop Doplin off. Velna's going to warp off and Doplin's going to retreat back into the castle. Not sure how he's able to go through with all these monsters, but like whatever. Not well explained. Video game logic, again, we're going to not question it because, you know... So I have Lang is basically just going to guard and heal as need be. Guard, we're going to use a Courageous Heart here. Courageous Heart is consumable item, gives you 1 additional art block. For the duration of the battle, I need 7 art blocks on Kazan, which sadly he only has 6 art blocks at level 25, which is his starting level. He needs to gain 1 more level to 26 before he gets his 7th art block, which is good because there are 2 bosses between now and the time he gets level 26.
What do we do?
And then he'll get level 26, he'll get his 7th art block naturally, and then he'll have that for the 3rd boss in this kind of sub-arc of the game. So, Kazan gains 1 art block for the battle. Another thing to note, we need Kazan to take a bunch of damage in this fight. Shoot is right. Oops, no, not Venom Cure. So I need Kazan to get down below half health, which is... I think he's at 1508 max, so he needs to get down to 753 below. One of the things about your ultimate attack is you have to be below half health in order to use it. So depending on how much of a butthole Slowguard wants to be, if he wants to be a butthole and just keep attacking Lang, we could be stuck here for a while. Alright, he's gonna do a multi-attack, which is okay, that's whatever. Sorry, he's 751.
Master?
Keep your wits about you.
He is distorting his own image. No wonder that the moves have no effect. Guard. Attack again.
escape. I mean, finish this also. How was that?
Ah!
Alright, Kazzy gets attacked. Is he gonna hit below? He's not quite below half health. Guard, guard. There's gonna be a cutscene that's gonna play here. I will BRB, gonna go fill up my water. I'm just gonna get a piece of chocolate real quick.
Watch out!
Good lord. Just like before.
What are you talking about? I have like 2 more left in the run. I have 2 more water breaks in the run. I just gotta wait until Kalazan falls below 751. That's not gonna do it. Also, it's one of the nice things about doing... Oh my gosh, Slogar cannon with the attacking Lang. Thank you. All right. Mystic Art. So I hope you like one-shotting bosses, because Mystic Art's OP. I'm sure there's a really low roll.
That was a tough one.
All right. Okay. So that was that fight. Items use magic powder here. Equip formal brace, dyed clothes, banshee. Remove that. Banshee bangle. Banshee Bangle. Again, I just brute force know the answers to these puzzles, but you're supposed to like go through and find these adventures guides and stuff, and it gives you some information on how to get through the puzzles. Like that's the intended route, but like I don't have time for that. Like, and the fact is I don't have time for that both because I'm tired, but also because the marathon only has a set amount of time for me to do my run based on the estimate that I gave. And I don't want to go overtime. That would be silly. And it would harm my reputation as a speedrunner in marathons if I were to give like wildly bad estimates. Like if I go 5 minutes over, you know, in a 10-hour run, no big whoop. But like if I go like an hour over, that would be like problematic. Actually, it probably wouldn't be too bad because I think we're fairly ahead. But like, I don't know how bad the runs are necessarily going to go. And like Legaia, like both of these games can troll you. They're not likely to, but they definitely can. Also, we're back in prison. So you remember prison from back like, I don't know, an hour and a half ago? Well, we're back here in prison. All right, so I got to make sure we prioritize killing the Doppelin reserves first. They will, whoops, no, not you. Attack this, guard. Yeah, we want to take the reserves first, not because they're stronger necessarily. In fact, they're weaker than the other guys, but they will use elemental scrolls like the ice needle scroll that we used against Doppelin or Balkan. Shoot! Officer guard. Lord Doppelin! Lord Doppelin! Aw, poor Maya. Oh, also, Maya can talk again.
It's not over yet.
That cutscene with Slowgar getting attacked by Maya's psychic magical energy, that also restored her voice. So she can talk again. She's no longer mute, but she can't attack yet. She doesn't actually get the ability to attack until 2 more bosses, until the middle of boss, like in 20 minutes. There's pole position. That is basically a speed chain effect, pole position. And skills. Whoops. Go ahead and put pole position on right away. I'll almost certainly get into one more encounter before we get to the central area, and I'll just have Kazan use Earth Energy, so I can just like boom, and they're dead. That'll get Kazan a bit more skill experience, so the other Banshee Bangle should also get pole position. Yeah, they are a little bit. It's kind of based in that, Nika. Guard, Origin, Earth Energy begin. Yeah, so Lang will get his turn automatically because pole position. Oh. Owie. Yeah. So this will get Kazan 6 more skill experience, so that should be enough to get the Banshee Bangle up to 20 charge. So it gets pole position as well, so I'll have pole position on both Lang. I was about to say Vaughn and Noah, Lang and Maya. Pole position there. Go ahead, items, magic powder you. Equip. Pick up the Banshee Bangle from the Power Jewel. Simple doublet there. Can't Banshee Bangle there. That's fine. I'll give you Dirty Clothes. So Banshee Bangle, skills, pole position, high power, need that. Items, good there. Just double check, because it is a... Make sure I didn't... I took off the foul doublet and put on the simple doublet, because that defense will come in, will be important for this fight. Yeah, this is the only... There's only two Legaia games, this game and Legend of Legaia, and they have no plot relation whatsoever. Also, this guy is the brother of Balkan. He's just as hammy, but his mace actually has some spikes on it. Yeah, they never released any third Legaia game. And really, this is really just more of a spiritual successor more than a true Legaia game, because the plot and everything is completely different. So Rainoff, the Coward. We're gonna Courageous Heart on Kazan. We're gonna have you point card Crimson Warrior 1. We're gonna have you guard. You're using the point card with Maya here just to make sure that you don't want Lang or Kazan to get killed. If Maya gets killed, that's actually optimal. I'm afraid so, Mika. I'm afraid so. Actually, Maya getting killed there is actually good because it means more experience for Lang. Because Lang does need to hit level 21 for a certain portion of the game before Draconia, and then he needs level 27 for the tournament. So the fact that he'll get an extra 3,000 and change, like 3,200 experience out of this fight is actually a good thing. So Maya getting KO there is wonderful, actually. Perfect. Guard, Fist of Stone, Rainoff again. Here we go! Boom! And dead. So, as I said, if you like bosses getting one-shot, this is the game for you, because that was another one-shot, and spoiler alert, it's not getting old anytime soon.
Forgive me. I could not do it. Brother, now our redemption is in your hands.
Sir Rainoff!
He's down, run! Rainoff is down! Run! It gets better as it gets old. I get better as I get old. Indeed, indeed. There's level 16 for Lang. It is, Mika, thank you. Somebody who understands. This game, yes, the voice acting is hammy and over the top, but this game knows what it's doing. This game 100% knows. It is hammy and it is proud of it. Items, use, heal leaf. And we're gonna go ahead and heal powder you. And we're gonna magic powder you twice, and we should be good to go. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Why? I mean, it's a game that knows, like, no, the game's is not well, this game's not well regarded for its voice acting. And there's even people who refuse to play the English with the English voices. There's actually a patch of the game out there that replaces the English voices with the Japanese voices, which are allegedly quote-unquote better, if you will. But yeah, this game's voice acting is hammy, and I, for one, flippin' love it. Yeah, there is an undubbed patch out there. I can't help you find it for obvious reasons. Gotta cover my own butt with my hands so people don't kick it. I mean, maybe a little bit. I don't know, Mika. I'm not familiar enough with how Japanese voices are typically conveyed to really be able to give you a definitive yes or no on the matter. My voice is definitely fading because you know, I've been talking for 6 hours and I've been talking for 6 hours and being trans and not having had any vocal surgeries or anything, and not having a massive amount of practice with speaking with a more feminine intonation and whatnot. It does tire my voice out, so I have to take breaks from time to time in order to rest my vocal cords so that they don't give out on me. They're gonna reject this proposal because all I can say is that I can't help anybody out with that. I do not want to do anything that could get me or the channel in trouble. This is better Final Fantasy X. IOX. This is Legaia 2. Actually, the music has some Final Fantasy 12 vibes to it. I think one of the people who worked on the music for this game also worked on Final Fantasy 12's track. So, like, the music that plays in Darrican Castle sounds a lot like the music in, like, Balfenheim in Final Fantasy 12. I think that's the name of that town towards the end of the game. Like the port where you get the black guy as a temporary party member. That one. You think you never heard of this? I mean, it's it's not an amazing game. It's not the greatest game ever made, and I don't want to suggest that it isn't.
Why do they choose to be destroyed? We are a race.
Yeah, I'd say it's actually a little bit more Final Fantasy. I don't know if I'd say it's more 10 or more 12.
Price to be paid for such action.
Feels like
So just like Slogar, we have to wait 4 turns before we can attack Zoe and Stoara.
and hide in a safe place.
I'm scared,
But we can't run.
but we can't run.
I'm fighting too.
I'm fighting too.
Nothing
It's
is
going to stop me from returning the Aquilith. Not even this thing. So we need to once again build up AP for Kazan.
Prepare yourself. I have you. You won't escape.
Items. Heal powder, Maya, guard, attack. I think 12 is one of the most I think 12 might have a claim as one of the most underrated Final Fantasy games. Like, I feel like it gets a lot of hate for having a different plot and story and whatnot. I think it's because the plot is more, you know, politic and intrigue and less like high fantasy. And I think it gets a lot of hate for that, but I think it's actually a really good story. Yeah, this is intentional. This is like a beast derived from the same lineage as Slogar from before. So yeah, it does look similar to Slogar, and that was intentional.
Use magic. We can't.
I'm scared. No, I can't.
No.
Yep, that's the way combos work. That's the way all attacks work for this game, is having to do combo inputs.
Or else.
Items, heal, leave, Kazan, guard. Yeah, all attacks are that way, Mika. That's just the gimmick of the game. Items, heal powder, Kazan, guard. You play RPGs to avoid doing comp. I mean, at least it's not time hits or anything. It is at least turn-based. So this cutscene here. This is where Maya is going to get her ability to finally use magic, so she can actually attack.
This thing came from another world. Does this beast have any weakness?
I won't lose. I will keep my promise and return with the Aqualith. No matter what, I'll never give up.
I won't lose. I will keep my promise and return with the Aqualith. I'll never give up.
Do not just speak the words.
Yeah, Maya wishes she were Best Girl, but Best Girl is Sharon, and we don't get her for another hour.
You must
Almost.
hold the whole world inside your body.
Earth and Wind.
Earth
No,
and
like 50
wind,
minutes.
Water.
Uh,
Fire.
no, they already are. Whoops. No, they're all Persona users. You know, I never really explain, you know, Origins, they're basically Personas. You know, it didn't register until literally just now when you said that. But they are all Persona users. Well, except for Ein, because he just has nature spirits. But like, they all have Origins, and those are basically Personas.
Power to create. Power to destroy.
You'll actually get to watch Kazan summon his Origin, aka his Persona, for the Mystic Art coming up next turn. Yeah! So, she uses a Big Bang kind of attack. Earth and Wind, Water, Fire. You must hold the whole world inside your body. Power to create. Power to destroy! Yep, now she has magic. So she's the mage. And the healer. Toxic Dot! Shoot! Guard. Fists of Stone, again. Mysticat. So this is Kazan's persona or origin diva. But instead of like being tied to parts of the psyche, they're elemental. So Diva's earth element. And that was 44,000 damage. So as I said, you enjoyed bosses getting one shot. This is the run for you.
That bite.
There is a encounter down. That was skill I'm looking for. Yeah. Perhaps. Also, this is where we get to see some. These are the main villains. PS2. It's an early PS2. It does, Mika. It definitely does clip into her body. And her clothes. Like, suffice it to say, like, it's... Yeah, the text is definitely low res, and the fact that I've got it all super upscaled with my retro tink and whatnot. Like, part of the resolution being crap is because it is 480i. It's just that I have it all upscaled with a retro tink and so forth, so it's got some interesting... I wasn't sure if I got the princess cake recipe. I figured I'd check. Anyway, I need to go do some shopping now. I'm gonna need to focus for just a moment. Yeah, 2x multi-format. Sell. Don't want to sell the rock demon. I do need the rock demon's tears for later. And sell the maiden's heart mind oil. Oh, and I need to buy a lizard chest guard. To buy. Cream, cooking oil, herbs, wine. Make sure there's nothing else. Buy 10 of these. 11 of these. Whip. I'm going to equip the Banshee Bangle. Anything else I need to do? Move null. Camp, cook Kazan curry, rest. Or actually, we don't rest. So I actually So I'm actually playing on a computer monitor because I have, you know, HDMI upscaled output and everything. So I'm actually playing this on an HDMI monitor that I actually just recently purchased a week and a half ago, because the TV that I had been using for the last 8 years for speedrunning decided it was going to die on me. Just spot out of nowhere, dead. So that was a $300 purchase. I was oh, also we got the Oculus back. That was the whole thing that... Yeah, I'm playing on a fancy monitor that I just recently got. I actually want to get a couple of speakers. I'm probably nothing fancy, just a couple of speakers that I can have, so I don't have to play out of my literal headphones. Also, yay, we did it. We... Why CBCR? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, so I have a component. I have component PVPR into a RetroTink, upscaled to HDMI into the capture card and into my monitor. Yeah, I have component cable for the PS2 that I'm plugging into the RetroTink. I mean, technically it's just RCA jacks. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to Hunter's Wood again. I mean, in theory, you know, based on what I know about vector spaces, it doesn't really matter what, you know, as long as the vectors, as long as the choice of parameters spans the vector space, they're all going to be the same in the end. Whether or not there's slight, you know, accuracy due to, you know, signal degradation, that I don't know. I'll show you. Divine Bold! There's the ability that we will never use again. I hope you enjoyed Divine Bolt, because as I said, we will never use that again. And I need to rest my voice again for a couple minutes, so enjoy the music.
We haven't been noticed yet.
Scenario, it's going well. Legaia 1 went really well. It's like a minute and a half, less than a minute and a half off my world record. This run is going decently so far. A couple minor mistakes and some safety saves, nothing too bad. My voice is going though, so I'm resting it.
I won't lose.
So this is where the second arc of the game... Sorry about that. Is that for ripoff summon not meteor? Yeah, something like that. Oops. I forgot to put pole position on Kazan. Rip Lang also. That's actually not good, because Lang will lose a little experience on this fight.
You made me thirsty.
Uh, skills. They are.
Dang! Why now? Ah!
No effect. Raby beige.
I have better things to do.
I'm actually going to take this fight just to get Lang a little bit more experience.
Ah!
Because he died in that last fight.
You made me thirsty.
It's wind is really blowing today. So we're gonna go in here, kind of get a feel for what to do. And it's suggested that in order to figure out what's going on, we should go talk to the a spirit named Rame, who can be found in Maya's village, home village of Yuno. To get to Yuno, we need to pass through a place called the Forest Maze. And in order to get through the illusions created by the Forest Maze, we need a special substance called Measle Red Sand. Kazan has some back at his hut, but he doesn't, and he doesn't know that yet. Move. We have to go to Mount Gabel. So ideally we'll see an enemy called Lips King. If we see them, that's really good. That'll save me some time.
I've got your back.
I don't mind if you want to keep talking about kind of in general. My voice is just going a little bit, that's all. Although I don't know why you want to post about fecal matter. But I guess to each their own.
Don't waste my time.
Welcome back, Philene. Thank you. It is Ria running. Surprise. It me. Yes, hello, it me. Crazy trans lady who speedruns Legaia and stuff.
I won't lose.
Cooking has worn off. Make another Kazan curry. Unfortunately, we did not find Ellipse. I mean, yes, it is. Also, this is Kenjiro. He's the shady merchant. We've seen him once before. And he's got the Miso Red Sand we need. Yeah, we play as the muscular older guy because he runs faster. I mentioned that before, but it's worth repeating. That's the only reason. No, the younger guy with the sword is the main protagonist. I just run as the older guy because he runs 8% faster than the other characters do, and that saves like 4 minutes. What, my spell right here, Mika? Thank you. I want to buy anything. I'm going to equip, take off the Fugitive Necklace temporarily because I don't want to have half encounters while I'm going ellipse hunting. There's wood. Yeah, they did. I don't know why. They just casually made him run faster. That's literally the only reason. Otherwise, I would totally run as one of the girls. I didn't use the blowfish, did I? No. Silly Ria. Silly Ria, tricks are for kids. Items.
guess I have to do this.
Ah, failed flag of retreat, my favorite. So hopefully we should even be able to get this through in... Oh my fudging gosh, what the fudge is going on here? Well, we might die here. Oh my gosh, that's super scary. Thankfully, oops, origin. I mean, thankfully we got that run, but like, oh my gosh.
I'll take you.
Eventually we'll get ellipse to spawn. It should have happened by now. Just getting really poor luck.
Don't waste my time.
This is obnoxious.
I've got your back.
This is why I gave myself extra time for this run.
I won't lose.
So we're trying to get ellipse to spawn. There we go. There's the Ellipse King. Finally, it took like what, 8 tries? That was, and almost killed me. There's the Ellipse tier, so thank goodness we're done with that. How obnoxious. I'm gonna have to buy a couple more flags of retreat for safety. It sucks, but better than running out. So we did it! Yay! Finally, we got it. We can move on with the plot. So now that we have the Measle Red Sand, finally. So this is the tutorial fight where we learn... Oh, I need to put on the Fugitive Necklace again. This is also where we learn our final special attacks, variable arts, which are combination attacks. Another giant enemy crab. We will continue to attack its weak point for massive damage.
Finish it!
How was that?
How's that?
Sheer perfection. We're gonna equip. So I like to listen to the music here for the Forest Maze, and therefore I'm going to not talk so I can listen.
I won't lose.
Whoops, that was wrong. So I switched to Lang and then I like immediately switched back to Kazan, and hooray for finger slippage, I guess. Pick up this attack booster. Wow, I did not get very much distance between fights there.
Don't waste my time.
Don't waste my time. So we're like 11 minutes behind my PB for Legaia 2, just to give you an idea of why I like never expect to come anywhere close to my PB. We lost several minutes on the lips, not to mention other time from like safety saves and whatnot. But yeah, we are a literal this is like a mid 309 you know, and my PB is like a mid 258, I want to say. Okay, so we are in Uno. We learn about a little bit about the past with Maya and Kazan. So Maya left the village because she had an accident with her latent magical powers that led to her parents getting killed. And Kazan was like, "Hey, I have this survivor's guilt and fear. Like, feel like, hey, if I had actually done something to stop this from happening, I could have maybe saved her parents, and now I feel guilty about it." Hmm. Yeah, I think this game would be more, I could see it, for sure. Like, for me, I think maybe more Chrono Trigger, less Golden Sun. I'm not familiar enough with Cross to... I should play the game at some point. I have a copy of it, I just never gotten around to it, like the case with a lot of games I have. Yeah, Kazan's little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah, drunk. What's the word I'm looking for to describe what how Kazan is? Oh yeah, he's drunk right now. And I'm not talking about drunk with power. I'm talking about drunk with alcohol. So there's a little planting minigame that you can get some items out of. Kazan's the more... Kazan's basically Master Roshi. I'd say less Arin, more Master Roshi. Except he actually comes with the party. I mean, maybe Arin in terms of, like, plot, but he's definitely, in terms of personality, he's definitely Master Roshi. Right down to being a dirty old man. Yes, there is a, there is, in fact, a... Oh, I meant in terms of, like, wanting to peep on and ogle young women. But yeah, also the drinking. There's gonna be some bright flashy lights, a few instances of that coming up in the next few seconds. So there's gonna be a bright flashing light, so if you're photosensitive, you might want to look away for just a second. Also, we learn about the Source Forge and the Sacred Stones and how they all interrelate to each other. Bright flashy lights come in 3, 2, 1. Look away. So this is the Source Forge. Avalon threw it out of alignment, so he basically pulled a Kefka. If you're familiar with Final Fantasy VI, that's basically what happened. That's basically what's going on here. Yeah, yep, he's pulling a Kafka, right? You know, manipulating the sacred stones, getting into the middle of the Source Forge, absorbing the power of the creation for himself. Yeah, that's totally pulling a Kafka. As you can see, the Source Forge used to be green, but now it's red, and it's shooting out these waves of darkness. Must be because he's evil or something. Also, more bright flashy lights in a couple seconds, so again, if that's gonna potentially cause issues, look away. Sorry, I'm a little, as I said, I'm a little on the tired side today, so... Also, we learned that... Lang is the chosen one. He's a star shaper like Avalon. So, only Lang can restore the world, and in order to do so, we have to get the 3 sacred stones and go to the Source Forge, but Avalon will be there and he'll be like trying to stop me and blah blah blah. So now we have to check this. It's gonna be another bright flashy light. We're gonna learn about the location of 3 sacred stones. We already know where the Aqualith is, obviously. There's also the Pyrolith that's located somewhere in a volcano, and there is the Aerolith, which is located in a tower suspended in the sky. Oh gosh. Oh, up. Yep. That felt good. Nope, just 3. There's no Gaia Lith, or I guess I'm not sure what the equivalent would be. What town from the first game, huh? I am confused. I am so confused. I have so many questions. Oh, sorry. One more flashy light. Sorry, I forgot to point that one out. There's a big lull in the story. Oh, I mean, that's the starting village from Legaia too. So I guess maybe. Yeah, the town in Knoll there, this is from Legaia. It's the first town in the game. It's the main character's hometown. So we're gonna take the Aqualith. Because we need the Aqualith to reset the Source Forge and ends the eclipse. All the people are like, "Oh, please don't take the Aqualith." I mean, because Lang went and like got it back because he needed to just bring water for the hometown. And Dane, you know, the big hot shot from the very beginning of the game, was like, "Ha ha ha! Look at you, Lang! You show your true colors at last." And everybody else is like, and then Hawk, the village elder, is like, "Shut up! Silence, you idiot! What were you doing? What did you do after that old man stole the Aqualith? You sat and cowered and sat around here doing nothing. Our village would have been dead. Lang is the only one who went out and saved our village. As far as I'm concerned, he deserves our respect." And everybody's like chiming in, yeah. And Galvin's like, "Yep, that's right, Dane. And if you have any business with Lang, you can take it up from me. And my hands that I use to scratch my butt." I was right here. It was like, I was here. It was I don't know, almost 3 hours ago. Just right around 3 hours ago. Don't make me throw them. No. All the villagers accept that, hey, we're ready to go. So now we need to go get the Pyrolith, because we have no idea where the Aerolith is. The Pyrolith seems to be on a volcanic island. So we need to go to the town, pass through the town of Kravia, the free city, not to be confused with a paid city. We go to the free city of Kravia and be like, "Hey, we would like to get through here." But the game's gonna be like, "Nope, get dunked on." Because it turns out that somebody at Darrican Citadel is blocked off access to Kravia. So we're gonna have to go there and find who the bishop is and give a little bit of diplomacy. Usually those of the swordy diplomacy variety. We're gonna be like all like pokey with sharp objects, like that kind of diplomacy. And now we're gonna meet Best Girl. This is Sharon. Yeah, we're gonna give a little swordy diplomacy. Mika, you like the idea of poking, of being, of swords? I would never have suspected that. Ria, think. I have no idea why they do that. Like, I've noticed that. It's definitely the case. They have the Japanese and the English. No idea. Probably they just left it in because they put it that way for the JP version, and then they just left it that way. So Joe's like, hey, if you sneak into the castle and like find the bishop, maybe you could like convince with your swords and fists the bishop to issue a Cravian pass. This is Sharon. This is best character. This is best girl. She also has best theme, and she kicks ungodly amounts of butt. So says say hello to our primary damage dealer for the entire rest of the game. Poor Maya. Guess what, Maya? She's your replacement. You know what a replacement it means, Maya? It means you're out of the party. It turns out Sharon's also a mystic. Wow. Why am I crying? I mean, mostly because she kicks ungodly amounts of butt. Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever have enough confidence to wear that an outfit like that, nor do I think I'll ever have enough in the chest to do so. Equip. Fugitive. Tiger skills or attack high power. Order Sharon Maya. So Sharon starts at level 37. Climb down. This is why we needed to use the ladder earlier so we get access to the sewers. I mean, as long as it's Maya, I don't mind. Also, here we're going to see Sharon's origin erode. As I said, we're basically all Persona users. In this game, we're all Persona users. Except for Ein. Poor Ein. So we got to use Sharon's origin again. All right, so we gotta. So I'll take you. We'll need to build up some AP for the characters. We'll do that one once we get into the castle. So the So it says some like variation of like distance can also provide clarity. Like the first time around, it's like nearer is clearer, distance obscures. Cook. The second time, it's like distance can also provide clarity or something to that effect. You have to. So this is where we got to remember our Roy G. Biv. Do we all remember our Roy G. Biv from back in elementary school? You have to do 1, 3, 5, and 7. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5, and 7. Punch this. Switch to Sharon. Activate the Thunder Switch. Switch to Kazan. Switch to Lang. Punch these 2 statues. Switch back to Kazan for run speed. And now we are out of the sewers. We're out of the ruins again. That's thankfully the only other. That's thankfully the second and final time we have to go through the ruins. And guess what, everybody? We're back in prison! Again! Again!
Here I go!
Here I go! You want? Huck Stroke!
It's mine!
Demon Thrust! Critical Thrust! Jaw Buster! Critical Thrust! How was that? And see, you know, Sharon will kick massive amounts of butt,
You're mine.
assuming she can actually hit.
Here goes.
Lord Toplin!
Is that all you've got?
Is that all you got for me?
How's that? How's that? Take this.
Critical Thrust! Jaw Buster! Critical Thrust! Lord Toplin!
It's over. Take that.
Hawk Stroke!
It's mine.
Demon Thrust!
How's that?
Dodge this one.
Dang it, stop missing, Sharon.
Slay Cutlass. Here we go. Pay attention. You ready? Yeah.
Lord Toplin!
That's not the way to do it.
That's not the way to do it. So we get some more skills and arts learned. Skills. Okay, I do have the right skills on. Yeah, I mean... Oh, I went the wrong way. I'm gonna get into an extra fight for this. Baby Rage. Yeah, as I said, Sharon kicks ungodly amounts of butt. Yeah. I mean, that's where I got, and you know, for anybody curious, yes, that is in fact where I got my middle name.
Small pond.
This is where I'm just going to like origin, because I want a little bit more money.
Ah!
A road! Lord Doplin! Yeah, one of the few, you know, we probably won't see much more magic in the run now that we're not using Earth energy. I didn't even break a sweat. Doplin? More like Floplin. Oh! Oh, Mika, you got him! You got him! Am I gonna have to redeem? Am I gonna have to spend 7,500 points for you to deal with it? Because I feel like what that emote is telling me is I need to go and spend 7,500 points right now. Well, the families don't have their families don't have families anymore. He had a wife. Let me get your glass. I gotta get your glasses on, Mika. That's right. Deal with it. So here's Bubba. He's the new bishop. Yeah, I mean, I would say he's better at playing the organ than Ganon is. That's just me. That's just my personal opinion on the matter. All right, so this is Bubba. He's got 57,000 health. He will actually strongman, weak wall, Sharon, guard. He will actually not do a single point of damage to me. And the reason why he will not do a single point of damage to me is because he doesn't attack on turn 1 and he won't get a turn 2. Burning Soul! Guard. Variablot! Demon Crusher! Phantom Burst! He is about 50. Bubba has about 57,000 health. That is a clean one-shot. We get some musky for men. Oh, is it? I'm sorry. I will try to be a little bit louder and more conscientious of that. Yeah, sadly we only did 63,000 damage. Don't worry though, it was enough to one-shot. And more importantly, here's the more important thing. You know how I said, you know, if you're... So if you are expecting the one-shotting bosses to get old anytime soon, I've got some bad news. It's not going to be getting old. So we are done with Darrikin. Yay. And now that we have defeated Bubba and gotten the Kravian Pass, we can now get access to Kravia. Yay! So Sharon decides that she wants to tag along with us. So we're gonna do we have to do some shopping here in Kravia. Gonna sell don't want to sell those. Let's sell the I'm gonna buy Yellow Bottle Silver Barome. I have those. All right, Filene, enjoy dinner. Sell. So I needed to do 50 individual transactions in order to get the attack transformer there. We're going to buy an animal meat for a recipe later on. Thank you for the good luck, Funeral Air. I need 3 Saintly Orb. Check this thing that tells you about the Thunder Mine. So the Thunder Mine's the next place we're going to go. Oh, I stream fairly regularly. I streamed just this past weekend. I just really only can stream during the weekends just because items use Heaven's Gates. So Heaven's Gates will turn off random encounters. We had one before. But yeah, I basically can only stream on the weekends for the most part just because, you know, I'm working. I just don't have the energy in the evenings. Also, I'm oftentimes having to cook and do other things, so while I was able to kind of, for like events, I can, you know, one-off take a day off. So I need to cook the princess cake. And then I mean to cook Kazan curry. But yeah, I'm doing well. heal leaf, heal powder 1, 2, magic powder 1, 2. Yeah, Ria's also an early burb. I may get the worm, but remember, it is... I'm gonna guess we're looking at 9:35 to 9:40 right now is kind of where I'm thinking we're gonna end up. Maybe 9:45, depending on how the... Beavis and Butthead control, but I think we're on pace to be 25 to 35 minutes ahead of estimate, because Legaia 1 just went very well. So I kind of built the estimate of 10:10 based on a 4:05 Legaia 1 and a 6:05 Legaia 2. And we got a 3:41 Legaia 1, so you save 24 minutes on estimate. And Legaia 2 might still sub 6, so, you know, if that's the case... then we still end up with like a, 35 ahead of estimate. Alright, Mika. So take the light. So the central premise of this dungeon is we need to get 4 lightning tears. When we get the 4 lightning tears and put them into the respective pedestals, that gets us access to that central area, and that central area is where we're going to fight the boss, Storm Idol. So when the white sparkles mark how long when the Heaven's Gate is in effect, and when they run out, which is going to happen momentarily, I'll just note that I need to use another Heaven's Gate to turn off the encounters again. It'll be any second. I do want to wait for it to run off, because I don't want to like make them last less time than they should. Also, it's worth noting Heaven's Gates turn off every random battle until they've prevented 5 battles, but with the encounter down skill that I have equipped, it actually makes the Heaven's Gates last twice as long, because the encounter down skill is actually negating every other random battle, so it actually makes the Heaven's Gates last for 10 battles total as opposed to just 5. It's just one of those weird things that you wouldn't much think about. This is Storm Idol. This is a reason Unassailable Pill we picked up a couple hours ago. So Unassailable Pill, Sharon, Guard, and we're going to use an attack transformer on Sharon as well. Unassailable Pill is going to make her take half damage for a few turns. This is important because I need to keep her HP below half so that she can I need her to be below half health so she can use a Mystic Art. Attack Transform will make it so that she can use a Mystic Art next turn without expending any AP. High Power, doubling her normal strength, so Storm Idol will attack here. We want him ideally to... Storm Idol ideally will attack Kazan. Lang would be the worst character to get hit with it, but it's probably going to be Lang because I just have bad luck with this fight. Yep, called that one. Ida, so we attack, and it is, whoops, it is item, survival elixir, you. The problem with Lang getting attacked here, I mean, it's not that I can't res him, I can, but he loses all his AP, and that means I have to build up his AP again for the next fight. So that sucks. That's going to cost me a little bit of time. Hopefully not too much, but it'll cost some. Yeah, there's another one-shot, so as I said, one-shotting bosses, not getting old anytime soon.
I'm ready for the next one.
At least we just hit level 21 there. So we got a Thunderwind Stone for our trouble. Turns out we're going to need this for plot-related stuff in a little bit, so yay. That's convenient that we have one because we're going to need one. So the game wants you to go to Tanza and be like, hey, we can't get a ship because, you know, the storm wrecked the ships. You should go to Derek's Haunt and be like, hey, we went to Derek's Haunt and it's a pirate ship and we have access to the ship now. But we don't have a Thunderwind Stone to work the ship. I don't know why, but apparently it needs a Thunderwind Stone. Why don't you go to the Thunder Mine and maybe see if there is one? And I'd just be like, hey, guess what? I'm just going to do the Thunder Mine first and save a little bit of time. Yay. I am not having proper posture today. I'm just tired. When 7.5 hours into a 10-hour speedrun you are tired, you too probably will be. Also, shameless... something shameless, self-promotion, like, comment, subscribe, follow the marathon, donate to the marathon, follow the runner, etc., all that good stuff that y'all know what to do. I gotta be my good Twitch streamer and tell you all to do that. Rhea, tired grill. Yes, she is, Pixie. I did not sleep the greatest last night. So it turns out that Sharon's the pirate captain. She's the captain of the pirates. And she's got a ship. Yay! Like, wait a minute, why are you all like being all surprised? Why would we be surprised? So mashy mashy texty texty mashy mashy texty texty. So I get here, we're like, hey, here's the boat. So we need to go to Draconia for treasure, but mostly because we want the pyrolith. But we can't move the ship because there's no thunder. Wait a minute, we picked one of those up. It's powered by a thunderwind, so I don't know why, but apparently it allows us to manipulate the winds or something. And he's like, here you go, here's a thunderwind stone. Whoa, that's a flippin' huge stone. I've never seen one this big. It'll power the ship for like 100 years. Let's get going. Awesome, we did it. And so Kenjiro gets on board and is like, hey, look. I see an opportunity to make money. And I'm like, yay, money. Money is good. Maybe Sharon knows Captain Jack Sparrow. I mean, I don't think so. But, I mean, it's not impossible either. I don't know. Does she know how many? Does she know how many licks it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll Pop? The world may never know. So, Kenjiro is gonna get threatened, for being a stowaway on a pirate ship. Wait a minute. But I don't know. You can see that Sharon's like, I don't like you very much. You're going back on board the ship. And if you're lying, well, let's just say that you better hope that you're not. You know what we do to pirate ships? You know what pirates do to stowaways, right? Because guess what? It ain't pretty. That's actually not a bird, it's a winged dragon. I don't believe it is in fact the winged dragon of Ra, though, unfortunately. Merrick will have to look elsewhere. Yes, I'm afraid that's true. Good old super mega ultra chicken. This is where we learn about some of the backstory about the Cabal, about Maya having the Cabal lineage, about the war between the Cabal and the humans. The Cabal had magic, but they kind of lost their spirit and their will to endure and survive. And so even though they had all this great magical power and blah blah blah, they still got defeated by the humans and blah blah blah. And oh, by the way, we have magic, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, something something. I don't flippin' know. Do I know what I'm talking about? No. Do I like to pretend that I know what I'm talking about? Sure, why not? Also, we get access to how to get by the statue, or the earthquake crest. We get the blue sky shard that gets us access to that. Also, Silent Eagle, the big guy, that is Ein. That is our 5th and final party member. So, everybody, I hope you enjoyed having Kazan in the party, because he, too, is getting replaced. That's right, he's getting replaced, everybody. He is no longer going to be in the party anymore. Nani? What? What the Nani? But why? You are the most noble and powerful of our warriors. You must go and assist. Listen to me. The law only applies to the living. If the world is destroyed, the law will have no meaning, so you must join them. The law does not apply to you until your task is complete. Can I just call you Ein? No! You shall call me Super Kami Ein! Can we just call you Ein for short? Super Kami Ein allows this. Order, equip, fugitive necklace, saintly orb, equip, saintly orb, tiger jewel, saintly orb, skills. Oops, equip. Did I not equip a? No, I didn't equip the wrong skill. Skills, pole position. Also, I need to, and we're going to use this Hell's Path. So we are getting close to the start of Draconia, but we have a couple more things we need to do before then. We're going to go to Mount Gabel now. And by going to Mount Gabel, that is going to allow us to go and get into a couple of random battles so we can get our AP up, because we need some more AP for upcoming fights for the next boss sequence.
Come on!
Come on! Movement attack! New art! Tidal wave! Whirlwind attack! As I thought.
Can you be any weaker?
Can you be any weaker? Mortal fear! Ein has been hit, struck with venom. Guard, whoops. Demon thrust. Thunder flash. Spike anchor. Slay cutlass. Riot flag. Yeah. That's not the way to do this. Okay, I definitely have more than enough gold. I need to have 80,000 gold. That's so I just saw it 83.1, so we're definitely good on that.
Here I go!
There we go. camps. We're going to Origin, Lightning Arrow, attack. Dang! Whirlwind attack! Tidal wave! Whirlwind attack! As I thought. It's showtime! Lightning arrow!
That's not the way to do it.
Equip, go ahead and give you a fugitive and a powered and a tiger jewel. Skills, high pole position, high power. Items, use Heaven's Gate. Just need to make sure skills, pole position, high power. Okay, good. So we're gonna go back to the 3-star hotel. Remember that, you know, how they had the same hotel with the sewage problem. We're gonna go over there and we're gonna stay the night. And holy crap, it's going to cost 80,000 gold to stay the night, and we have to stay at the most expensive room. Camp. Cook. Oh, that was the wrong recipe. So I actually have to go back in to get stuff for another princess cake, because I do make princess cake one more time. Pork. Cooking oil. Dessert set, cookie set. And what's the other thing I need? It is cream. Pork, cream, cooking oil, dessert set, and cookie set. Move Volcanic Isle Draconia. Yeah, it's a pork cake. I'm gonna hope that the pork in question is just lard. But remember, it is supposed to be sickeningly sweet. So this is the volcanic Isle of Draconia. It is, surprise, surprise, it's a dungeon. Shocking, I know. Also, one other thing I need to do. Put the lizard chest guard on Lang. It's a stronger armor than what he had on before, and that little bit of extra defense can definitely help save his skin against Beavis Butthead coming up. Less than 2 hours to go, yep. Unless I royally foul it up. But I'm staying. I'm staying awake. I'm mostly sticking with it. I'm not sure if I'm staying. What's the word? Save. Like I'm not. I can't say that I am necessarily staying entertaining, and for that I apologize. I don't want to. I'm sorry that my speedrun abilities 8 hours in are not super entertaining. I know it's difficult. I mean, I think I'm barely lucid, mildly sane, even. I meant to say entertaining is what I was going for. I mean, I'm running, but that doesn't mean I'm entertaining. It doesn't mean that people are gonna like want to watch the, want to be like, hey, I want to come back and watch Ria later. Some at some point, after the marathon's over and done with. Isn't that the goal? Sometimes, I mean, yeah, that's true. I'm just tired is all. I don't usually do, I used to do, Legaia 1 used to be an 8 to 10 hour run. But now it's not, and I just don't have as much stamina as I used to. And part of that, of course, I'm getting a little bit older. I've been streaming for almost 7 years now, and as it turns out, 24 is a few years younger than 30, going on 31 now. Not to mention, hormones and stuff with being on estrogen and spironolactone does not do well for your stamina and endurance. Speaking of which, hydrate. All right. Strong and weak walls, Ein, oops. Attack booster, Ein, guard. Yeah. Spironolactone, it drops your testosterone levels way down, but that means less energy and it dehydrates you, which also means less energy. Yeah, we're fighting Beavis and Butthead right now.
How unbecoming.
How unbecoming. Yeah, it definitely does. Thankfully, we do have a pretty long input break coming up. Alright, so that's a turn waste. That's just an attack boost, and she doesn't actually get another turn. Variable art, Marianne, guard. Marianne, Veilot, Armageddon Star. Remember how I said, you know, one-shotting bosses wasn't getting old anytime soon, and it's still not old. Marianne! Look at what you... My sister!
How dare you! Look at what you...
My sister! You won't get away with this! Yeah! Excellent fight.
How unbecoming.
Guard. Veilot! Armageddon Star! Phantom Burst! So that is the Beavis and Butthead fight. It went pretty smoothly. So they're dead. They were fighting for something they believed in. They were fighting for the bishop and, you know, their family and for a place to belong. It just turns out they're kind of fighting for the bad guys. Yeah, they are. Dur, dur, dur. 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 Oops. We're gonna use another him. I gotta wait here. I didn't realize you had a sister, Mika. I actually have two younger sisters. As it turns out. Fair enough. I know who you're talking about. Alright, so this is the bishop, and also Slogar is back. The bishop is just as obnoxious as ever, but I think he might just get his comeuppance very soon. Spoilers, I guess. Turns out, he never really cared for the siblings that they just died. Yeah, it turns out that he never really cared for them. He was like, ha ha ha. You couldn't even slow them down. Like, they couldn't even slow you down. They were completely worthless. How dare they? And like everybody's like, you're an inhuman monster. You're garbage, filth, blah blah blah. So this is Valkinus. This is the boss. This is the boss of this dungeon. The mustache, but also the little puff of hair right here. Not any hair actually on his head, but there's a little puff of hair right here. Alright, so Valkinus, Strongman weak walls here, guard. So I'm gonna have a cutscene for me to get water and use the restroom. This is a pretty long, like 2+ minute cutscene in the middle of this fight. Hiya! Oh, the storm! Strongman Sharon. Whirlwind attack. Title. So this is actually the one boss we don't one-shot, at least not phase 1. Items, Silver Room, guard. Oh, the storm! Items. I'm gonna play it safe here. Silver Barome. Items. A Sage's Handbook. You. I'm gonna do this in 5 turns instead of 4, just because it is marathon and I do want to be marathon safe. Oh, there's a turn waste, yay. Here, B.
Ah!
Here we go. Yeah. What's this? You little. Handle this. Weakling. I'm really mad. So boring.
What is the matter? Slowgar, finish them! What happened? Slowgar, come to me! God! Stop it, Slowgar! Let go of me!
What is the matter, Your Excellency?
Velna! Help me! Hurry! Stop him!
Isn't that the follower of God that you've always wanted?
That's not funny! Harry! Help me now!
It is too late. You will fulfill your destiny together, Your Excellency.
You're in on this, Velna! You traitor! You've turned against Avalon and I am...
You still don't understand, do you? You were the one who was being used, and you are of no use to us anymore.
That can't be! Do you even know how much I... No!
Yep.
Avalon!
Dublin is no more, and nothing of value has been lost. Precisely.
You are just another human. You are simply unfit for this world.
Velna! Don't do this to me!
Hi, Mika. Yep, I'm back.
Good. Saves us the trouble of doing it ourselves.
I'll do whatever it takes to get back the pyrolith.
Yep, phase 2 time. Items. Attack Transformer, Sharon Guard. By the way, we have about an hour 20 left in the run.
Hi-ya!
Guard. Phantom Burst. Armageddon Star.
One, two, yeah!
So once Valenvar go down, I just went and checked my splits. Went and checked my average splits, and from Valenvar until the end of the game is about an hour 20 against my average. So, and there's not a ton of run-ending RNG between now and then. Worst case scenario would be like Avalon. Like if I have a really low roll on Rouse and I lose a couple minutes and I have to like reset there, I could lose like 3 or 4 minutes there. and Avalon control and cost me 3 to 4 minutes, so ideally it'll be a little bit less than an hour 20, so thinking right around at 9:35 is kind of 9:35 to 9:40 I think is going to be about where we finish up. Just want to make sure that people are the appropriate peoples are aware of the situation. We're gonna go to Derek's haunt. So I've got some bad news. The bad news is we're not going to be going on to the next portion of the plot just yet because we have to do about 20 minutes of item creation, but I'll try to make it as entertaining as possible. First thing I need to do, I need to go in here. I need to get some barbecue vegetables. Unfortunately, we can't get the glass of grog as much as I wish we could. Origin. We're going to do that. Items used, Fruit of the Gods, Sharon, basically Miracle Water. And we're going to also equip, take off Saintly Orb, take off Avarice Jewel, take off Saintly Orb, take off Saintly Orb, pick up the Power Jewel. Also, we're going to take off the Tiger Jewel as well. Buy accessories and tools, sell the Gorgeous Jacket, Saintly, Sably. Don't want to sell the Tiger Jewel. Don't sell this stuff. Save a Rock Demon's Tear. Bye. Now we have access to the secret market. Yay. So we sold pretty much everything. Secret market. So now we have access to the secret market, which is where we're going to be able to do. We're going to be able to buy some hidden stuff here that we can't get anywhere else. That we can't buy anywhere else in the game from these hidden merchants. In particular, we're about to do some arbitrage. We're about to do an arbitrage exploit to get a lot of money very quickly. Expensive materials. Don't need anything. A little strapped on cash. Would have liked to be able to buy like 19 of these, but well. Move Jenga. Yeah, I wish we could fast travel, right? So I spent basically sold off everything to buy some Earth Giant Wings. Those cost 12,000 a piece, and if I go to this guy here, I can trade them for Sunfall, which is a pretty weak armor for what's his name? Ein, yes, Ein. But the Sunfolds cost 12,000, and the Sunfolds sell for 32,500. So I'm gonna be multiplying my money by a little bit less than 2.5-fold. Yeah. That would be a great free time save, like particularly in this split. If there's a way to, not for lack of trying, have we found a way to travel from place to place more quickly as opposed to having to go all the way through that world map sequence. That was definitely an instance of poor design on the developer's part. Bye. Nope. Move Jenga. We're gonna repeat this process a few times. Well, I mean, it is menu-based travel. I was just saying the fact that we have to like sit through these animations, as opposed to just being able to like choose your destination and then like you're there. You have to do all this walking through the world map stuff. I mean, yeah, it beats having to like walk through a world map like in Legaia 1 in some respects. I mean, in others it's like, oh, that's worse because it means that we can't just like we don't have an expansive world map to go and explore. But there wasn't really a lot to explore in Legaia 1. It's just like, yeah, you have to walk from town to town and get random encounters. But like, is that really exploration? I don't know. Maybe, I guess, kind of. I mean, there are good things and bad things. Like, I'm not saying that not having a world map is necessarily a bad thing, because it's like there are definitely like games that do world maps well and like give you all these opportunities for exploration and so forth. Move. But then there are also games that just like, why? Like, why did we need the world map? Like, what purpose does it serve? Or like, all it's really doing is to serve to be like, where the flip am I going? Like in games where you can actually, yeah, when it gives you the opportunity to kind of like sequence break and go to different towns before you're supposed to really be able to. Whoops. Or just like, or maybe not necessarily move Jenga. Like it's more along the lines of whenever it gives you the opportunity to go to special places that aren't storyline relevant, or gives you the opportunity to go to different towns before they become relevant. Or opens up different paths to do things in different orders. Like you have to do subplot A and subplot B both before you can advance through to the next portion of the main plot. Sure, things like that are places where, having a world map or having those opportunities is nice, but when it's just like, hey, you're pretty much having to travel from point A to point B in a straight line with no opportunities for exploration, that's just a waste. Well, I think, Sandwich Kid, that the point you make there is valid and well taken. It's more along the lines of like having like a world map as in like traditional explorable world map as in like classic RPGs where you're like traversing the world map and like getting into random encounters on the overworld and so forth. I'm merely suggesting that it's not always a strict positive over something that's kind of a more menu-based map like this one. Maybe I'm just playing Satan's advocate. I don't know. Oh. Okay. Oh. Forgot I needed to buy Heaven's Gates there as well. My redeeming symbol. Whoops, no, not that. Oh, no, no. Combined accessory. Mad Triumph. Wind Slicer. Cyclone Gauntlet. Shoes of Virtue. Stone God Gloves. $25 restore potions. I need 25 Longin powder. Gelatin oil. I need a Fargo cloth. Black opal. Don't need anything. Whip. Mad Triumph, Shoes of Virtue, Muscle Ribbon, Skills, Pole Position, Full Power. Move Jenga. Yeah, I've heard some not great things about Final Fantasy 13, that it's basically like for 80% of the game, it's basically a corridor from point A to point B with like no opportunity for backtracking or anything. Like, I'm not sure if 13.2 and 3 do a better job of that, but I've heard some not great things about. So I bought 31 Quantumbles, which are a sword for laying. I bought those there. Like, here's the thing about Jenga. It is just so obnoxiously large. Like, yes, I understand it's meant to convey the fact that these are giants that live here, but like, seriously, what benefit is being served by my having to do all of this walking? And go up these massive steps. And go up and down and up and down. It's just like, why the flip are we doing all this? Like, what good does it serve anybody? Maybe I'm just salty because, you know, it's been 8.5 hours and... Now I need to go back to Derek's haunt. And since we talked to Chief Westwind and learned about Ellsworth, now we know we need access to Fly. And he talked to Kenjiro and he tells you, hey, you know, if you go to Fortune, they have a flying dragon there as a prize in the championship tournament. You could totally go there, and that could be your way to Fly. Sorry, it's a flying dragon, not a winged dragon. You know, not that it really matters. Camp. Cook. Barbecue vegetables. Combine. Baron, Wind Slicer, Maneater. I mean, I'm not a kid. I mean, I'm 30. But, I still want to fall asleep, but maybe that's because I've just been going at this for a while. I won't. They're going to compete in the tournament. I might have forgotten to put the skill on. I might have forgotten to put full power on Lang. If I did, I'll just forfeit. Oh, I passed. Oh well, we'll just check real quick. Yep, we're gonna lose a little bit of time, but I just hit the wrong button. Equip, skills. Oh, I did have full power on. Okay, well, I was fine. And I was gonna like take a turn. I just accidentally put in the wrong command. Rabbit attack! Yeah! Rabbit attack! I can always take them. Yeah, full power. That's right, everybody. We're going to full power. This guy just has a high block rate, so we just use Raging Fang, which can't be blocked. I can always take them. All right. Enjoy, Okapi. Yeah, we are about an hour out. Maybe just a hair less or more depending on RNG. So it looks like I will finish right around 7 your time, which I know is kind of when you said you were wanting to start, so convenient. Come on, who's next? We're gonna use an invincibility pill here. This enemy, the Hellhound, has an attack called Wave Smash, which will inflict the stun status effect, and you can get stun locked and just wiped pretty easily. This is Gust. This is just a damage. Just deals damage. I take 0 because I have the power. Thunder Flash, attack!
I'll take you anytime.
Yeah, he does seem to be in a lot of pain. Yeah, the invincibility pill makes it so you take no damage for 2 to 5 turns. And that's kind of what allows us to to really cheese through the final hour or so of the run. No, we don't need to go. We don't need invincibility pill for this fight. Ugh. Yeah.
That all you got?
Here we go. Raging Fang! Rabbit attack!
Come on, who's next?
Stole my AP, dang you! Dang you to Hiffle! Duh! What in tarnation's going on with all this dang gone? Stealing my... Alright, I gotta focus, Death Game. Yeah, the Death Game in Legaia 2 is considerably nastier than the one in Legaia 1. They're a lot more flips, and they move much faster. At least it's an honest 3-card Monty, so you can just track it with your eye. Like, it's not like they're trying to. It's not like they're gonna like cheat you.
My pleasure dome. It's showtime.
You actually fall. Yes, it does. It does prevent death, and that's part of the reason why we use it in that fight, is just to make sure that we don't like lose our. I mean, if you don't actually die in the tournament, you just have to start over from the beginning, but that would take a lot of time. look, I'm making a reference here to try to explain what's going on. It is an honest flipping. There's no sleight of hand to cheat you out of it by making you think like, oh yeah, I followed along, except I didn't. So we have one more battle with the giant enemy crab, and we will try, knock on wood, to attack its weak point for massive damage. It's the Gorva, which is not as much fun to say as Gormakila or Beefcake. Yes, the enemy we fought in round 6 is literally called Beefcake, which is the greatest name for an enemy ever. Although I still really like saying Gormakila, which is the round 4 enemy, the stone beast. Yeah. Beefcake. Oh my. Alright. Just need to make sure my invincibility pill effect was still active. Yeah. Raging Fang. Rapid attack. Alright, we hit the magic number, which is 34,041. Yeah. That all you got? Just don't mind. I mean, I'm also kind of hungry myself. Ooh, 13,273, and he died. I did it! I won! I did it! Oh yeah! Who did it? I did it! You know, I don't really care what kind of cake it is. I kind of like a blueberry cheesecake right now. That sounds really flipping delicious. And nope. Black Sergeant came in and just was like, so it's like, you know, I love how Demetrius is just like, security. And the Black Sergeant just like, Raffle, no. I don't know, maybe Devil's Food Cake, Filene? Blueberry cheesecake, that does sound good. Maybe a pumpkin cheesecake, it is still that time of the year. Anyway, this is supposed to be like a cool, drawn-out fight with the Black Swordsman, and I'm just gonna be like, nope. I'm just gonna throw the point card because, of course, I am. What did you think I was gonna do? Play through the game as intended? Actually, fight him with a Lang that's 25 levels under what the game is expecting me to be at this point? Of course not. I'm gonna throw the point card because I'm a cheater. So, Rouse, oh Rouse boy, I did not tell you that you could leave the altar. You were supposed to be guarding the RRLAT. No. So, Rouse is dead. But he's been reanimated with that cursed suit of magical armor that restores his body and spirit so that he can fight, because he's basically like, har har har, I must fight. I live to fight. Fighting is my reason for existing, and I have come back from the dead so I can continue to fight, 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 kill. Yeah, that's pretty much. Also, yes, give in to your anger. Strike them down with all of your hatred, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. I like swords. Strike them down with all of your anger, and your journey to the dark side will be complete. Yes. Yes! Good! Good! So this is where we learn about Sleeping Dragon. I know somebody mentioned Sleeping Dragon like way back at the beginning of the run, of the beginning of Legaia 2. And it's like, Rouse was distracted onto the wrong path. He used the ultimate Fang, a move forbidden by the sky. Ultimate Fang is dangerous. It does not draw power from one's fighting spirit. It is fueled by insanity. Use it too often and it eats away at your very core. The final art! Warrior Itonomi! Buy accessories and tools, sell Sunfolds. Buy, I want to buy a magic bottle. Revival bottle 20. 2 of these. 40 attack transformers. Girdle. Wing heels, dynamite bikini, and all the last no shopping for now. equip muscle ribbon, cyclone gauntlets, muscle ribbon here, iron wall, whoops, skills, pole position shield, full power, whoops. Almost there. Yep, Lord. Camp, cook princess cake. Cook Kazan curry. Alright, so it's time for the best music in the game. Please feel free to at me. I stand by my assertion that the remix of Rogue's Tower theme from Legaia 1 is the best music in the game. If for nostalgia, if nothing else. Do-do-do-do-do. So we thankfully only have a little, I'd say less than 45 minutes to go. We'll see. Kind of depends on how the last couple bosses decided to cooperate or not, as the case may be. As always, we're running as Kazan for the faster run speed, because he runs faster for... No. For Legaia 2, no way. Legaia 1 was about a minute and a half off PB, minute 20 off PB. But this run has not been actually all that great. I'm like 13 minutes off my Legaia 2 PB or something like that. My Legaia 2 PB is absurdly ridiculous. Like, absurd, ridiculous. You need more practice. For 1 and 2, I think it probably will PB just by 10-10 is the estimate. I think my PB is not that great, but mostly because I haven't done a combined run of this since the new skips are found in Legaia 1, and those say like a half an hour. So, well, actually a little bit more than half an hour. Save. Take a safety save because safety saves are good. All right. Sage's Handbook, you, Strongman, Transparent Pill, go. Sage's Handbook doubles Sharon's experience of the battle. Transparent Pill, enemy attacks will not target Sharon. Strongman weak walls. Sharon sacrifices her defense to increase her strength. I guess they should call it strong people weak walls, but whatever. That's it? Attack Transformer, Sharon, Guard. Attack Transformer. Sharon will expend no AP or MP for arts next turn. Full power, sacrifice 1 art block to triple strength for the next turn. Very disappointing. Up, down. Apocalypse! Everybody get ready! As I said, remember how I said, one-shotting bosses is not getting old anytime soon. Well, this better connect. Take this. Boom! 255,000 damage. That is yet another one-shot. We did it, Reddit. That is a one-shot. He has 218,000 health. And Sharon's gonna get almost a 250,000 experience. She's gonna go from level 40 to level 44. And we just killed a boss in one shot, which means we don't get to watch the cutscene and everything. We don't get to watch, you know, Rouse go berserk and start using the ultimate thing and all that other stuff that you're supposed to have happen. Because we're just gonna skip and be like, nah, that doesn't happen. That's, so we go up here, we get the RRLAT, so we now have all 3 of the sacred stones. Yay! Here we go. We're heading off to the final dungeon. Demiurge Tower. Alright, so it is time for the time for Velna and Vestra. So Velna's gonna show up here. So this is Vestra, the spatial origin, which has preserved Velna as a force ghost, basically, through Vestra's power. So yeah, this is pretty much the penultimate boss. There'll be a few mini bosses in this dungeon as well. We're gonna attack Transformer you, guard. And we're going to use a transparent pill on you. Begin. Yeah. Hiya. Here we go. Judgment. Sage's Handbook, you, guard. Baron's experience for the battle is doubled. Yeah. Mystic Art, Apocalypse! 190,000. Sylvester only has 98,800 health. The gimmick of this fight is that Vestra has a skill called Block Normal. It's the same skill that Mountain Mork has. So the idea is that you're supposed to have to use your origins to do damage to Vestra and slowly chip away at it. But as it turns out, Block Normal doesn't actually stop arts, variable or mystic arts. So we could just use a mystic art and just boom, instantly dead. Just be like, boom, and you're dead. Bye, Vestra. And as soon as Vestra's gone, because Velna is, as I said, a shell being kept alive, being sustained through Vestra's power, as soon as Vestra goes down, Velna also just instantly KOs. And the fight is over, and we win. Yay. Fortunately, we're not going to hit level 49 on Sharon. Not ideal, but yeah, nothing I can do. Not much to say here. This is just the final dungeon. There's going to be 3 mini-bosses. They're all crystals that have about 61,000 health. Other than that, we're basically just walking through. Just walking, strolling, if you will. I know, it's boring, but it's just a obnoxious final dungeon. So here's the first of the 3 mini-bosses. Attack Transformer, you, guard, Transparent Pillow, you, begin. I mean, when you're skipping all random encounters and you're just kind of trying to go through the final dungeon, it does feel a little bit like a walking simulator. F's for Ein in the chat. Yeah, the crystals all use these weird elemental attacks. Items, Sage's Handbook, you. Apocalypse, begin. Sharon's experience for this battle is doubled. Take this! And dead.
And
Now, for the good part, and pop. So that gets us the first of the 3 divine gemstones that gets you access to the final area where the final boss is. Thank you for letting me know. Alright. Wicked Crystal number 2, same as the first one. Attack Transformer here, guard. Transparent Pill, begin. Doom doom do 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 doom 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 do 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 doom 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 do 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 do. Rip Ein again. Item, Sage's Handbook, you. Take this! And we have another dead crystal. We did it. That's 2 crystals dead. 1 more to go.
And
Now, for the good part. Hey, did you see that? We're gonna use a magic bottle on you. Third and final Wicked Crystal coming up. Items, Attack Transformer U, guard. Transparent Pill, begin. Rippling. Oh, yeah. Items, Apocalypse, Sage's Handbook, begin. Mysticot. Apocalypse. Yep, it is. So we actually did Legend of Legaia earlier. That's but it's a two-parter doing both Legaia games speedruns back to back. It's over already. Yep, unfortunately, Sharon, this is the end game. So that is the third and final gemstone. Restore potion you and you. equip Hero Blade, Last Element, put a Tiger Jewel back on you. So now that we have a little bit more weight capacity, in some respects, for sure. Like, there's definitely parts of this run that the game that maybe aren't as well fleshed out or anything. By the way, we're gonna start the final boss sequence in just a few minutes, which means it'll be about, see, from the time we get into the final boss and we start the final boss dialogue, we're looking at about 14 minutes, and then it'll be another minute. So I think we're about 15 minutes away from the end of the run, depending on RNG, how the final boss can heck me and troll me a little bit. That is just a warning, mostly for the organizers and also for the next runner and her commentary, so that they know that there's kind of a 15-minute warning. Just so y'all know, and getting set up. So, it'll be about 2 minutes of dialogue, and then the final boss itself can be anywhere from, depending on how RNG goes, anywhere from 11.5 minutes up to about 15, 16 minutes. So we'll see what kind of RNG, if we get RNGs, if Sir RN guy gets to show up. So just mashing text as we often do in these parts. So Avalon is basically saying, I have all the power, I've absorbed the power of the Source Forge, I've become a god. You can't defeat me, your worthless little powers are nothing but a trifle compared with the power of creation that now courses within me. And if you really think that you have a chance against me, then I will show you once and for all that you are nothing compared to me, blah blah blah. Look at me, I am a god, birth of a god, yeah. Sefer ripoff, Kafka-esque, yeah, no, the whole song and dance has already been done before. Y'all know the drill. Avalon, phase 1. That's right, our old trusty friend, the point card, is back. Our trusty friend, the point card, is back, alive and well, ready to be thrown. 69,760, that is phase 1 down. So that was the final boss. Of course, I'm just kidding. We've got about 11 minutes left in the run. Maybe a bit more. Maybe 12 minutes. We'll see. This should be sub 940 unless things go very wrong on with a lot of sub squells and or Oblivion Lights. We'll see. So we defeat Avalon, quote unquote defeat, but he has like resurrected his body because he has the power of creation. He was like, huh, you thought you could beat me? Lippian summon never. Lips cost me like 6 minutes this run and almost killed my run, in fact. So not just no, but also hell no, get hecked, goodbye, say no more. Bleep, 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 bleep. Bleepin' Lips, go heck yourself. That's the nicest thing I can say about Lips today. Alright, here we go. So, phase 1 is coming to an end. Now it is time for phase 2. This is kind of like Avalon's gonna get serious now. So phase 2, his HP has risen up just a little bit. He, instead of having, just under 70,000 health, he now has about 260,000 health, so he'll actually take a little bit of punishment this time around. Sort of. Weakman on Ein, invincibility pill on you, and invincibility pill on you. Yeah, the Twitch has been working for a few hours now. It kind of came back like many hours ago. I think it was only down for like 45 minutes. Thereabouts. Nothingness. This will do like 1200 to Ein, and the other characters are invincible. The 1000. Strongman, guard, attack transformer. Da-da-dum, da-dum, da-da-dum. So this is God's Fist, I mentioned before. Leopardneck. Amazon Web Services went twitchy today. And invincibility pill on you, and Weakman on you. Yeah, we had Amazon Web Services had an outage. It was doing some it was being not kind for a while. Like chat was down. My stream apparently stayed up. I surprisingly, in almost 10 hours of being live, I've not dropped a single frame. So that's like saying something. Anyway, Apocalypse, there we go. That is the end of phase 2. And take this! 339,000 damage. So I said Avalon phase 2 has 257,000 health. We got a nice clean one-shot, as I said. One-shotting bosses, not getting old anytime soon. This music is so much better than Legaia 1 final boss theme. Like Legaia 1, like it's called Unrivaled Chaos. I mean, it's okay, but it's like this music is just so much better. Let go of my humanity, my weakness. So now we're gonna fight, but now that we've fought Sephiroth, it's time to fight Bizarro Sephiroth.
I abandoned it completely.
Like, please tell me that we're not gonna. But tell me that this form is not Bizarro Sephiroth. I mean, clearly we've been dealing with a Sephiroth ripoff this entire game. Like, why would we stop with the Sephiroth ripoff stuff? I mean, destroy all life, leaving only me. I will be the world. So he's gonna fuse with his origin, basically, and gain so he's going to become the Infinite One and have infinite power. Emphasis on the quotation marks. Yeah. Yes, his power is very much infinite. Anyway, the music's gonna change. It's gonna get worse. I mean, it's not bad, but it's just not God's Fist. It's just like, why do they have to do that? I don't know, because God's Fist was way better than Unique Person's Banquet. Just saying. Alright, everybody's still invincible. That's nice. Tech Transformer, you, guard. Alright, what do we got here? We got a Swarzneimer. Okay. Looks like we're having a good Avalon today. Avalon decided to cooperate. We'll see. We got one last. We have to worry about a damage roll coming up. So, items. A Blessing Pill on you. Wow, Invincibility Pill is still active on everybody. Holy fudge, that was like the best Invincibility Pills of all time. The Blessing Pill increases her attack and defense by 20% for a few turns. And Mr. God! So now we have to hit 365,856. Will we get the one shot to seal the deal? Come on, show me a 366 or higher. Take this! And we got 382,652. We have just successfully one-shot the final boss. Ladies and gentlemen, of those of other genders or lack thereof, we have just successfully one-shot the final boss. Time will be in just about a minute. There's a bonus phase 4. We got about a minute and a half, so it'll be about a 9:36. So, yay.
How could you defeat
Yes, clearly the answer, Avalon, how could we defeat your infinite strength, is because obviously your strength was not infinite. Alright, looks like we do have somebody ready on time. So time will be as soon as we throw the point card on phase 4. Phase 4 is 25,709 health and literally does nothing except just sit there and let me,
I've come all this way.
but believing in myself.
And in my friends.
So it looks like we're actually, despite how bad this run was in some portions, it's going to be a 555 Legaia 2, which is not, well, actually it'll be a 554, a high 554. It seems like his strength turned out to be somewhat more finite than he thought he was.
Who got drunk on his own power and lost his soul.
I'll never let you take over this world.
I'll never let you take over this world.
Yay. Whoops, no. And... Alright, there we go, that's time. Looks like a 9:35:44. Not bad at all. No complaints. They do, Aishma. They definitely do, and that's partly because of just the way the upscaling mechanic, the upscaler works. It's a little wonky, but yes, the S's do look like X's. It is not just you. Yeah, that was GG time, etc. I posted in Discord that was GG, I will just kind of let the music play until we So Avalon's been defeated, yay! But it looks like the Source Forge is no good, but the stones have no power left. So even though Lang's put the stones back in place... Oh, they're dead. Dead and gone. What? Why don't we put the stones back? Well, it seems like Avalon took all the energy for himself. Oh, does this mean the end of the world? So basically, yeah, it's like, is this going to be the end of the world? It sure seems that way, but Lang is like remembering what the Sacred Stone said and is like, hey, you know what we should do? Let's pour all our energy into we're never going to give up. Remember this whole never going to give up, never going to give you up, never going to let you down, never going to lose hope. We're going to pour our will and everything into the Source Forge, and, you know, together, let's see if we can rekindle it. Yeah, let's combine our will to live. Blah blah blah. Yay, we're using the power of hope and friendship and will to survive and endure. Hey Zankara, well, thanks for the raid. This is the very end of Legaia 2. We're about to start on Beatmania Showcase for a couple hours. So yep, power of friendship and origins and nature, energy, and all that. We're gonna light up the... we're gonna rekindle the Source Forge and save the world. Yay, we did it! Everybody, a round of applause. We're doing it with the power of hope. We're gonna restore light to the stones and restore the Source Forge. Yay! But yeah, that's pretty much it. The Source Forge gets rekindled, the world is saved, and that's pretty much all of it. So I think our next runner is just about ready. She is stepping away to use the restroom real quick and just make any last minute preparations. So I'm Ria Starshade on Twitch, RiaSkies, and some other places. Thank you all for being here and for keeping me company for the last 9.5 hours. I'm gonna go lie down and get some food because, you know, kind of both of those things sound really good right now. Rest, sleep, I like those things. I'm gonna go and whenever I get the signal, I'm gonna go do that. I'll thank you all for watching. Follow the runner, you know, hashtag shameless self-promotion and all that stuff. When I am given the signal that we're good to go down, yeah, I'm ready to go ahead and swap over to the next run. Thank you all for having me. This is my only run for the event, even though it's kind of a back-to-back. So yeah, this is my one run because, you know, what's a really, really long-a-thon event without a Ria run in there at some point. I mean, it's really, really long-a-thon 2.8, I guess. But yeah, thanks for having me, and that will be it for me for today. So until next time, until the next time I'm in here, or the next time you guys want to catch my stream, till then, sign off. Thank you so much for having me. Bye bye.